Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. Total destruction is what our bases look like in the Middle East. As Iran hunts U.S. troops, Israel look like Gaza. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all salute. Let's get right into the content. It doesn't look good for the delusional, imperialist, white supremacists and they flunkies. Oh, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Iran said they would never stop. Trump told them they have to surrender today. They're trying to sound to. Dangerous. Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Soldier salute. This is the video that they don't want to show you. That the destruction of our bases is big. And Iran said it. The U.S. is winning. They got to call Americans because they can't defend it. Look at these missiles. Trump lied, said they destroyed all these missiles. Boy, have you blew up their mountains yet? No. Why the fuck is running missiles when you destroying the mountain? This is China and Russia will make sure we get to see all of what's going on because they want to do Saudi Arabia is begging Iran for a deal. Saudi Arabia said, I'll make a deal with you. Please stop. Whatever you want. All of the Arabs now know they didn't dream to ever think they could ever fight. Whenever they got finessed, trillions of dollars, the U.S. said if Iran ever do anything, we'll protect y'all. The Arabs said, why you ain't protecting us? That was a fact. Trump said Iran got to surrender. Iran sent some more missiles. That's the answer to the surrender, Mr. Trump. They say, hell no. They want to fight. Who didn't know the Iranians was going to fight to the death? Oh, they say they got a million missiles. Somebody tell Trump they say they got about 8 missiles. They say they got about 10 million drones. This is not good for the U.S. military and the Zionist usurpers pretend like they're the people of the book. You know.
Truth about the.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Goldman Sachs says that Elon Musk.
The carefully calculated illusion of American invincibility has officially collapsed.
That's over.
And what we are witnessing in the Middle East right now is not a strategic withdrawal, it is a full-blown chaotic rout. The Pentagon, just days after its generals puffed out their chests on Sunday shows, claiming they were winning the war and had degraded Iranian power, has been forced into an unplanned, humiliating evacuation of its forces and citizens from the region.
The two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace.
Now imagine that.
I hope.
Now imagine that. If I was a reporter, I would have asked them, how can you have control of the Iranian skies when you don't control the skies over your own airbase? This is the white supremacist DEI hire here who's this going on his record. Humiliating defeat by this white supremacist DEI hire. He should have never had this job. He wasn't qualified. He's the example. He is the example of DEI. And it's going on his white supremacist record. Failed us again under their leadership. He's saying we're going to have complete control over the Iranian skies, which is 3 times bigger. 3 times bigger than Iraq? Bigger than 3 times bigger than Ukraine. You're going to have complete control over their skies, and you can't control the skies over your small little base? Come on. That's nonsense.
All the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing.
Let's be brutally honest about what is happening.
That really sound good.
Pete Hegseth's United States military, the most funded.
That really do sound real, real good. Complete control all day, all night. Russia can't do that in Ukraine right now. What the hell are you talking about, y'all? We will have complete control. No, you won't. Your drones getting knocked down, planes is falling out the sky, but they don't mind coming on TV because they got to show leadership, show that they try to convince us that they really feel like that's what's going to happen. Please. You can't even control the skies over your base, which Iran is devastating daily. But lying to the world laughed at him when he said that. This is getting laughed at. You're going to control the skies over Iran. Iran is powerless. They would have to look up and just see American and Israeli military power flying over them, terrorizing them. Well, they are doing some dying, but so is the U.S. and so is Israel. And all the U.S. bases are almost totally destroyed.
War machine in the history of the planet is running. They are pulling non-essential personnel out of embassies in Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Jordan, and have issued a sweeping order for American citizens across 16 countries to flee immediately using any commercial means available.
Americans in 14 Middle Eastern countries are being urged to leave as the conflict with Iran escalates.
Breaking at this hour, the State Department urging Americans.
Imagine, see, something don't make sense. How can we control the skies of Iran? But then at the same time, you're telling all the Americans, leave for your life, run for your life, get out of here. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. How could you be controlling Iran, but everybody got to leave the Middle East immediately? Their life is in danger. That is what's really going on.
Americans to leave more than a dozen countries.
The White House says they're doing what they can to get Americans out, but with more U.S. embassies and consulates suspending their services, some Americans in the region say they are left with limited options.
But here is the point. The thing that exposes this lie for what it is. They are telling people to catch commercial flights out of airports that are either closed, under attack, or surrounded by chaos. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem literally told its own citizens they are on their own and cannot guarantee their safety if they try to escape by bus to Egypt. This isn't a plan. This is a panicked scramble for the exits. And even Democratic Congressman Ted Lieu tore into them, saying, and I quote, "Maybe you should have thought of a frickin' plan first." The reason for this panic is simple. The Pentagon's ability to defend its own people has been shattered. For years, they threatened Iran with maximum pressure. But now, Iran has responded with maximum precision. The Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, IRGC, has proven that the American air defense systems across the region are little more than Swiss cheese. In a devastating wave of retaliatory strikes, Iran launched a combination of 26 UAVs and 5 ballistic missiles that surgically dismantled U.S. assets. Satellite images analyzed by major Western outlets like the New York Times confirm the horror. The U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, their premier naval installation in the region, has been largely destroyed. We aren't talking about minor damage, we are talking about buildings flattened. The Al Minhad Air Base in the UAE, a critical command and control hub, was hammered. U.S. bases in Kuwait were set on fire by swarms of drones. The message from Tehran is crystal clear. Your bases are no longer sanctuaries. They are shooting galleries. And as we speak...
Now imagine going on TV and telling the U.S. citizens talking shit. We will control the Iranian skies. You don't even control your own military bases, bro. That's a lie. All hell done broke loose. You're running away. But they still trying to fool us into believing everything is okay. That's crazy.
American logistics hubs, CIA quarters and various consulates, and even oil refineries supporting the war effort are now sitting ducks, wide open to precision strikes without impediments. This brings us to a very important point. Before we dive deeper into how the Netanyahu-Trump axis of aggression is imploding and how they are desperately trying to drag others into the fire with them, if you are watching and believe in journalism that tells you the truth about these wars rather than the Pentagon's fairy tales, please take a moment to hit that like button and share this video. Your support is the only thing keeping honest, independent coverage alive in a media landscape that usually just parrots the official lies. Now, as we move into the body of this video, we have to look at the sheer strategic stupidity that got us here. The Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, put it best when he condemned this unprovoked aggression, stating that the U.S. and Israel launched this war under the guise of negotiation. They went to the UN, they pretended to diplomacy, and then they bombed. But what was the goal? Was it to stop nuclear weapons? Iran doesn't have any. Was it to bring peace? Absolutely not.
Our strategic partners, and will continue to maintain dialogue with these countries, and we'll do our best to, including with other countries of the international community, in the United Nations Security Council, and the United Nations General Assembly. We'll do everything to create an atmosphere that will make this operation impossible.
As Lavrov pointed out, the U.S. is trying to dismantle the constitutional order of a sovereign state because it refuses to bow to hegemonic pressure. The United States, looking for a weak country to flex its muscles on, picked a fight with a nation that is actually war-ready. And now, the miscalculations are piling up faster than the body bags. The turmoil isn't just in the Middle East, it is inside the White House and the Pentagon. President Trump is flailing, claiming on social media that the U.S. has a virtually unlimited supply of munitions and that wars can be fought forever.
Those are lies.
Forever? That isn't a strategy. That is the ranting of someone watching his legacy go up in flames. The initial strikes killed high-profile targets, including Iranian leadership, which sounds tough on paper, but in reality, it has unleashed a fury with no off switch. Iran has now closed the Strait of Hormuz, threatening to set fire to any ship that tries to pass, which has sent global energy markets into a tailspin and shut down the world's largest LNG production plant in Qatar. The U.S. is now facing a multi-front war where its supply lines are burning, its bases are destroyed, and its deterrent capability is mocked daily by drone flyovers that the Pentagon can't stop. Perhaps the most disgusting and desperate twist in this saga is the revelation of what appears to be a false flag campaign by the U.S. and Israel to widen the war. Losing the game against Iran, Tel Aviv, and the Pentagon have resorted to attacking their own supposed allies or staging attacks to frame Iran.
That's desperation.
Let's look at the evidence. Media outlets initially tried to spin an attack in Cyprus as coming from Iran, only for that narrative to quietly collapse when it turned out there was zero evidence linking Tehran to it.
Imagine, Iran did attack one of the places, but this official attack they didn't do. The Prime Minister of Britain, him and Trump getting into it right now. The Prime Minister of Britain came out and said that the drone that attacked us did not come from Iran, basically saying it's Israel or the U.S. He came out and said that because he don't want to. Britain don't want to get their ass kicked this time. They already got done in with the Iraqis. But that was going to show that these Americans and the Israelis is trying to attack their own allies because I told you this yesterday. They want other people to take some of these bombs and these drones. They need more bodies and other buildings to get blown up. Israel and the U.S. is losing horribly in the Middle East right now.
Let's just update you with some of the latest information that we're getting from the Ministry of Defence, and this is about UK military use around the Gulf. We're hearing overnight RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets continue defensive air operations across the Middle East with support from Voyager air-to-air refuelling in defence of British interests and allies. Important, I think, that the word defensive operations and defence is included in that from the Ministry of Defence, as Keir Starmer has made it very clear that is what UK troops are doing, defensive operations only. They can also confirm that a Shaheed-like drone which targeted RAF Akrotiri on the 2nd of March, that was the drone that came in at midnight. They are saying that that was not launched from Iran. So that is interesting and significant. They are not giving us any information as yet as to where they think that was launched from. But a drone that hit RAF Akrotiri, that was the one I think that caused damage to the airstrip, did not come from Iran, was not launched from Iran, obviously may well have come via Iran. And in the last 24 hours, the UK has resupplied air defence systems to British and allied bases across the region, including UK-built air defence missiles, and that Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters armed with Martlet missiles capable of taking out aerial threats are arriving in Cyprus in the coming days. That is all we have in terms of an actual time frame. The coming days could be as long as a week, some would possibly argue.
Then, suddenly, we see reports of attacks on Saudi oil infrastructure and strikes in Azerbaijan and Turkey. Who benefits from this? Certainly not Iran. Iran has consistently targeted actual U.S. military bases. So who is bombing Saudi Arabia and threatening Turkey? The desperation is so thick you could cut it with a knife. It points directly to CIA or proxy elements trying to create a casus belli, to trick countries like Saudi Arabia into believing they are under Iranian attack, so they call on the U.S. for protection or join the coalition. It's a transparent, ugly play to save a failing war by expanding it.
I'm sorry about being an Israeli. Saudi Arabia has captured 2 Mossad agents. Qatar has captured 2 Mossad agents, and now they are in custody. Okay, and they are planning bombing here. The killing of and the assassination of
here.
Mossad.
Where is here? Remind me. Here.
But the resistance isn't stupid. While the U.S. is trying to conjure up new enemies, Iran has systematically dismantled the credibility of the U.S. military. Remember, just last week, the U.S. was claiming it had suppressed Iranian missile capabilities. Today, the U.S. Navy's regional headquarters is rubble. American diplomats are sheltering in place, and the State Department has activated WhatsApp channels to try and track terrified citizens because they have no actual evacuation flights for them. The U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia was just struck by drones, causing fires and damage. A direct hit on sovereign Saudi soil that proves no American asset in the region is safe. This is the legacy of the Trump-Netanyahu policy. A spectacular backfire that has isolated Israel, exposed the U.S. as a paper tiger, and unified the region against their adventurism. Even the death toll tells the story of failure. While the U.S. counts its destroyed bases and the 787 civilians reportedly killed in Iran, the strategic reality is that Iran has shown it can hit any target, anywhere in the Gulf, at any time. The big wave that Trump threatens is meaningless when your coast is already flooded. The only question left is how many more countries the CIA will try to bomb before the world realizes that the aggressors are the ones crying victim. The game is up, and the American empire is caught playing a game of whack-a-mole with a resistance that just knocked its block off.
The current situation shows a heavy scene, precisely in the heart of Tel Aviv around March 5, 2026, after Iran has started firing a wave of hypersonic missiles. turning the occupied city instantly into a catastrophe, causing chaos everywhere. The videos were shared by local residents on social media, revealing some of the shocking facts taking place inside Tel Aviv, where the Israeli military's strict censors have significant control over publications. Buildings that were targeted or likely hit by air defense debris were destroyed significantly, at a rate of damage exceeding last year's 12-day war. The flames engulfed the entire building shortly after arrival, and there was a major psychological crisis among the Israeli settlers. A male settler cried saying, "Iran, please stop. We lose, you win." Israel has suffered huge...
You hear that, man? Do you hear that goddamn colonizer, that imposter? Iran, please stop. You win, we lose. Boy, it's just the beginning. Thank you. The Iranians gonna give them more now. What? Oh, please, Iran, stop. You can't make this shit up. This is great. They can't hide in the bunker. Iran blowing them up. They mad at their government because Iran is using bunker busters on the regular people. Ain't no regular people. All the bastards in the military. Oh, please, Iran, stop. You win. They won't play that on the news. We're gonna hear that. I gotta hear that again.
A male settler cried saying, "Iran, please stop. We lose. You win." Israel has suffered huge losses, which they did not even imagine before, miscalculation into the blows of Iranian missiles, now able to penetrate up to the bunker, the last refuge of Israel, increase the disaster even greater and deeper. To date, there has been no information on the targets hit during Iranian latest offensive. It is unclear where they were hit, and there has been no acknowledgement from the media or...
Israel is just targeting anything now. The U.S. and Israel just targeting anything now. I told you, whatever they do, Iran gonna do. Israel got to be the dumbest people in the world to think they just gonna be blowing up Iranian cities and blocks. You gonna get the same thing. They can do that to you. That type of destruction. They cannot believe this. So you see, the people crying. They're not punish Iran. They're not gonna say that because they know if they say punish Iran, they're gonna get more punishment. But they're never gonna show this on you. They will not show you what Israel look like. It looked like Gaza.
Official parties of the extent of the loss or damage. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that the 21st wave of operation.
Oh, bro, and these people talking about fighting Russia? Man, get the fuck out of here. These people don't say shit to China, bro. I mean, bro, when you hear our leaders talking shit to Russia and China, we should immediately rise up. It should be a civil war that fucking day. After this, don't talk to Putin ever again. Please leave Xi Jinping alone. Don't piss off Kim Jong-un. Because this is their little homie. You can't handle their little revolutionary homie. China will do these, North Korea will do these people 100 times worse. Israel or the U.S., pick one. China will do these people 1,000 times worse. Russia, 10,000 times worse. That's a fact, man. This is
True Promise 4 had been launched using Khorramshahr 4 missiles in a combine operation against targets in central Tel Aviv.
It did not take me no days. Nigga, anybody been watching Cup Figure TV, nigga, I told y'all this was going to happen. I done play whole lives with the Iranian weapons. We done went over this just like the Ukraine war. And this is why we don't have no damn fools been popping up in our live talking that shit like they was doing before because they is embarrassed that they kissed their master's ass and think their master can just defeat everybody all over the world. You damn fool. You goddamn fool. You've been finessed just like the Arabs. They can't defend you. They can't defend their goddamn self. This need to sink in. Motherfuckers talking shit to Russia and everybody talking. Oh man, it's just, I'm tired of that. I'm telling you, I had about enough out these people, bro. Playing with our lives. Now this humiliation the Most High giving them, this gonna be the fall of them. Not us. But we don't want to hear nothing out their mouth to Russia or China no more, because then it will be the fall of all of us, because all of us will die.
According to the statement, Iran managed to hit several large targets. The attack on the Israeli embassy, all destroyed. Other targets were a U.S. base in Israel, causing significant damage, and an attack with cluster missiles, hitting the area of Ben Gurion Airport, the country's main airport. Meanwhile, the Israeli defense was confused by Iranian cluster missiles weighing about 1,500 kilograms, of which sometimes 10 air defense missiles were not able to intercept one incoming missile until there was a fire at the site of the missile fall.
I seen them complaining on the news. Iran is using cluster munitions. Iran didn't sign the convention to ban on cluster munitions. Neither did Israel. Neither did the U.S. We don't want to hear that shit. Iran didn't sign the ban on cluster munitions. Neither did Israel. Neither did the U.S. We don't want to hear that shit. The U.S. just gave Ukraine cluster munitions last year to fight Russia, because Russia the bad guys. And if you're defending your country, you should be able to use these type of very lethal munitions that spread all over the place and blow everything up. I'd be damned. Iran is defending itself, so it can use these type of munitions, and the whole world doesn't care, because this is your karma. You don't care. You hear nobody on TV saying, "Oh, Iran, they could have killed some innocent Israeli settlers." Nobody saying that shit, because you didn't say that with Zelensky. Anytime Zelensky defended himself and Russians get killed, hey, he defend shit. When Iran defend themselves, it don't matter who get wiped out. That's law. That's law.
A missile splits into several projectiles that explode like volcanic lava towards the ground. Instead, only the officially released video shows the minor damage caused by the missile's fractional interception, in a clear attempt to downplay the scale from the impact of the Iranian attack.
They did.
No one expected that such a spark of missile fire would be heard inside Israel, an attack that seriously endangered the enemy area.
Wow.
The scene on the night of March 5th shows the city of Tel Aviv silent with no activity, the camera pointing down moments after the rumble of Iranian latest attack. No sirens sounded. Finally, Iran managed to prove its promise, slapping Israel hard this time.
Like Gaza.
An Iranian military source said that it has launched more than 500 ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, launched more than 2,000 drones of various types since the beginning of the war. 60% of the missiles targeted U.S. forces, and 40% targeted occupation sites in occupied Palestine. Apparently, Iran has a big surprise for Israel, which may be revealed in the last days of the war, which is expected to subside soon.
Yeah, don't you see it on the Palestinian, you know, look at real war. Okay. Blame Trump, man. They really should blame Trump. Trump has said that they Iran didn't have no more missiles, man. I don't know where they get.
Amid the ongoing war in the Middle East, oil prices continue to grow slowly but steadily. As of March 7, 2026, Brent crude oil reached more than $87 per barrel. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, preventing oil exports from the Gulf states. Earlier, Tehran said that Iran would not allow ships associated with the United States and Israel to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And judging by current events, Tehran kept its promise. Over the past 3 days, Iran has attacked several oil tankers in the Persian Gulf. There were also American oil tankers among these vessels. In addition, Tehran destroyed all the fuel in the terminal of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Concurrently, the destruction of a large fuel storage facility was also recorded in the United Arab Emirates. Against this backdrop, oil and gas prices continue to rise on stock exchanges worldwide. It is noteworthy that over the past 24 hours, the price of Russian Urals crude oil has also skyrocketed. At present, trading is in the range of $73–74 per barrel.
No. Now, how dumb could you be? That's when I say this nigga might do work for you. Got this nigga. He must work for Putin. Boy, you working for Putin? You are destroying the U.S. military, destroying the U.S. economy, and you making Putin and Russia richer than ever. They're rubbing their hands like Birdman. They can't believe how stupid these clowns is. Ukraine, that's all is now. That's a fact. He gonna get it all. That's a done deal. U.S. bases in the Middle East, wiped out. They won't be the same for the next 50 years. That's a fact. U.S. economy, who knows how that's gonna go. But Putin and Russia gets richer and richer as the days go by, because the world gonna need their gas just to get by while Trump is destroying the world. That's crazy.
Natural gas prices also continue to rise rapidly. Currently, gas prices in Europe have exceeded $800 per 1,000 cubic meters. Against this backdrop, Vladimir Putin has already stated that Russia has significantly increased its gas prices for Europe, and that if European countries refuse to pay, Moscow will completely stop gas supplies to both Eastern and Western Europe. At the same time,
Ooh, Putin say, if I gotta answer the phone, give me a number I can't refuse. Don't say nothing that don't just make me just feel good about being the gas dealer. You European puppets. They thought Putin was gonna be on his knees. Now they're begging him, please, we want to stay alive. Heat our homes. Help us. Help our factories. And Putin's not saying yes. He's saying, give me an outrageous proposal and I might give you some gas. Make the number outrageous. One of those type of numbers.
Putin stressed that only Slovakia and Hungary will receive a discount on Russian gas. According to Putin, Slovakia and Hungary pursue friendly policies towards Moscow, and therefore, Russia will continue to supply oil and gas to these countries at very favorable prices for them.
Every investor wants to find the next big winning stock. But in my decades of experience, the secret isn't.
Meanwhile, the countries of the Middle East continue to suffer colossal financial losses due to constant attacks by Iranian drones and missiles. In particular, the authorities of the United Arab Emirates admitted that the Iranian attacks on American forces in the country have paralyzed the operation of almost all airports, as a result of which Riyadh continues to lose $7 million every minute. Against this backdrop, the Arabs, realizing that American air defense systems are powerless against Iranian missiles and are not able to protect their countries, issued a rather harsh warning to Iran. In particular, they said that if Tehran does not stop launching missile strikes against their countries, they will freeze billions of dollars of Iranian assets. However, judging by the fact that on the morning of March 6, Iranian missiles hit a skyscraper in the center of the capital of Bahrain, indicates that Tehran absolutely does not give a damn about the threats of Arab countries. By the way, right after the attack on this skyscraper, Iran officially announced the death of several high-ranking officers of the Fifth Fleet of the U.S. Navy. As it turned out, Iranian missiles hit the upper floors of this skyscraper, where there were hotel rooms with American officers inside. Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence sources have confirmed that Washington's bet on a quick victory in the war by eliminating Iran's military and political leadership has completely failed, and that now, this war risks becoming protracted. The sources noted that Trump and Netanyahu were confident that the elimination of Ali Khamenei and other Iranian leaders would lead to chaos in the country, and a popular uprising against the current regime. However, this plan completely failed. The new Iranian government was not only able to keep the situation under control, but also to rally the people in the face of a common enemy. Against this backdrop, sources have confirmed that the Trump administration is preparing to conduct a ground operation against Iran. It is reported that for this, the U.S. president began to prepare the ground for obtaining congressional consent for the deployment of American troops into Iranian territory. Nevertheless, these failures do not prevent Trump from making loud statements about this war. In particular, he reiterated that Iran is allegedly on its knees, and that Tehran had allegedly lost its entire fleet, aviation, and ballistic missile stocks. Furthermore, Trump continues to claim that Iran is allegedly begging the United States to start negotiations. At the same time, Trump also notes that the Iranians want to continue fighting. Well, my friends, hearing such weird Trump statements, a reasonable question arises. If Iran is really on its knees, then why does Tehran continue to resist, dealing a crushing blow to US and Israeli forces in the region? By the way, a few hours ago, Tehran officially stated that it is precisely Iran that is refusing to negotiate, and that the United States, through its intermediaries, wants to conclude a deal with the Islamic Republic and stop the war without losing face. Meanwhile, on March 6, Iranian missiles rained down on the U.S. airbase Ali El Salem in Kuwait. As a result of this missile strike, fuel storage facilities and weapons depots were destroyed. At the moment, a large fire is raging on the territory of this military base. At the same time, it is worth noting that local firefighters refused to extinguish the fire, for fear of repeated detonation of ammunition. Simultaneously with this, monitoring services confirmed that during the 6 days of hostilities, the United States lost 7 units of TPY-2 radar stations, 1 radar in FBS-132 Block 5, 3 units of Q-9 Reaper drones, and 3 units of F-15 fighter jets. Furthermore, on the morning of March 6, information appeared about the aftermath of the Iranian attack on the British Akrotiri airbase, on the island of Cyprus. As it turned out, during this Iranian attack, the American reconnaissance aircraft, the Lockheed U-2, which was used by the Pentagon over the territory of Iran regularly, was destroyed. Meanwhile, the information agency The National News has made a sensational statement. In particular, this agency stated that the former commander of the Al-Quds forces of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, General Ismail Qani, who was arrested on March 4 and accused of treason, was executed. It is reported that Iranian intelligence managed to prove that General Qani was a Mossad agent, and that it was he who helped the Israelis kill the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, in Beirut, in 2024. In addition, General Qani helped the Israelis eliminate high-ranking Iranian officers in June 2025, at the height of the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Furthermore, Iranian intelligence also managed to prove that it was General Qani who handed over the exact location of Iran's supreme leader to the Israelis, as a result of which not only Ali Khamenei himself was killed, but also his family, including his young grandchildren.
hours, Tehran has been buzzing with activity that confirms what many analysts suspected, but the Pentagon refused to admit. The strategic dynamic of the conflict has just shifted in a major way. Despite official Kremlin spokesmen saying all the right diplomatic things, Dmitry Peskov told the press recently that no request for aid had been received from Iran.
This is, in fact, a report in Washington Post, which is now reporting that Russia is providing Iran with intelligence for attacks on U.S. forces.
Russia may be providing Iran with intelligence on the locations of U.S. warships and aircraft in the Middle East.
Report by Washington Post has now suggested that Russia is providing Iran intelligence to target U.S. forces.
We are now getting corroborating reports from regional capitals that Russian intelligence is actively flowing to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is not just about some portable missiles signed in a secret deal back in December. This is about real-time, high-class intelligence on American positions, radar points, and troop movements across the region. It appears that Moscow has made a decisive choice, and it's a choice that essentially tells Washington, you will not win this war. If you are just joining us, we are witnessing what could be a turning point in the confrontation between Iran and the U.S.-Israeli axis. What we are seeing is the activation of the security understanding that Russia and Iran cemented months ago. It was back in January 2025 that the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement was finalized, and by late last year, it was ratified and implemented. While the text of that treaty might not have the mutual defense clause like the one Russia signed with North Korea, make no mistake, the operational reality on the ground is something entirely different. We are now in a phase where the intelligence sharing between Moscow and Tehran has reached a level that is directly impacting U.S. freedom of maneuver in the region. And honestly, if you have been following the statements from Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, this trajectory was inevitable. Lavrov has made it clear that the objective is to ensure the United States does not emerge victorious from this confrontation. Contrast that diplomatic bluntness with the chaos we are seeing coming out of the Trump administration, which has now been forced to confirm that Russia is indeed aiding Iran in what Iran calls its existential retaliation. Before we go any further into the specifics of these coordinates and what they mean for the American battle groups, I need to ask you something. We are one of the few outlets that is actually connecting the dots here, looking at the news from Tehran, cross-referencing it with the official statements from Moscow, and cutting through the fog of Western propaganda. If you believe in honest journalism that doesn't just parrot the Pentagon line, you need to be a part of this community. Hit that like button. Share this video with someone who needs to understand why the American strategy is faltering. And please, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Your support is what keeps this light shining on the truths they don't want you to see. Now, let's get into the meat of this story, because there is a lot to unpack. And frankly, the implications are staggering. Let's go back to that security agreement, because it is the key to understanding the current moment. The treaty signed between Presidents Putin and Pezeshkian isn't just a piece of paper. It's a roadmap for joint operations. It explicitly covers the exchange of information and experience between the intelligence agencies of the two countries. This is the legal cover for what is happening right now. I mean, this is the reason why Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi stated during a media interview that Russia and China are partners even in the midst of war. Take a listen.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you? Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
Now we are hearing from sources that Russian satellites are being tasked to cover specific grids over the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, feeding the IRGC naval forces with targeting data on U.S. warships. The Washington Institute recently acknowledged that Russia is likely sharing real-time satellite intelligence and signal data to help track the movements of American vessels. Think about that. The U.S. Navy, with all its bravado about controlling the seas, is having its position pinged by Russian intel that is going straight to the IRGC. This completely disrupts the American plan to defeat Iran through aerial bombardment. You cannot sustain a campaign of air superiority if the enemy knows exactly where your support assets are and when they are vulnerable. Furthermore, the agreement allows for joint military exercises on each other's territories and abroad. Just last month, we saw the Russian naval helicopter carrier Stoiki dock at Iran's Bandar Abbas base for joint drills in the Gulf of Oman. While they called it an exercise to boost maritime security, the infrastructure is now in place. There is growing speculation that Russian forces, or at the very least, Russian air defense crews, could cross into Iran proper. Russia shares a border with Iran via the Caspian Sea, but the movement we are talking about is the potential transport of systems like the Verba manpads, or even the more advanced S-400 batteries, to strategic locations inside Iran. Iran signed a massive, nearly $590 million deal back in December for 500 Verba launch units and thousands of missiles to rebuild its air defense. These are not just for show. These are systems designed to deny low-altitude access to cruise missiles and drones. If Russian technicians are accompanying these systems to ensure they are integrated with Iranian radar networks, the freedom of navigation the U.S. Navy loves to tout becomes a myth. It changes the calculus from the U.S. hunting Iranian assets to the U.S. having to navigate a highly contested electronic and aerial environment. Now, we have to take a moment here to mock the utter delusion coming out of the Pentagon. For weeks, they have been feeding the media narratives about taking complete control of Iranian airspace. They want the public to believe that they own the skies, that they can strike anywhere at will. Yet the reality is screaming the opposite. If they had control, they wouldn't be complaining about Russia sharing radar points. If they had control, the IRGC would be blind. But they aren't. The IRGC is launching and moving with a level of coordination that suggests they have a guardian angel, and that angel is named Moscow. The Pentagon lies because the truth is too embarrassing. The largest, most funded military in the history of the world is struggling to contain a nation that has been under sanctions for decades, and that nation is now getting a helping hand from a technological peer. They claimed they would degrade Iran's ability to retaliate, yet we are seeing retaliatory actions that are precise and painful. This brings us to the revenge factor, because make no mistake, this is personal for Moscow. The United States has spent billions flooding Ukraine with weapons, intelligence, and mercenaries to bleed Russia. They called it a strategic defeat for Moscow. Well, now the tables have turned. Russia is using the exact same playbook against the U.S. in the Middle East. They are aiding Iran to take a pound of flesh for what the U.S. did in Ukraine. Every piece of intelligence Russia provides that helps an IRGC drone evade a Patriot battery is a message to Washington. How does it feel to have your own tactics used against you? It's a classic geopolitical pivot, and it's brilliant in its simplicity. Russia doesn't necessarily need to put its own soldiers in the line of fire. It just needs to enhance Iran's ability to resist. And by doing so, they are bleeding American resources, attention, and prestige exactly when the U.S. wants to focus on containing China and Russia itself. And speaking of bleeding American resources, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, or rather, the drone in the room. It has emerged that the United States, the so-called sole superpower, is pirating Iranian drone technology.
Lucas, indispensable, as many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets.
That's right. They have admitted to reverse engineering the Iranian Shahed drone and are now fielding their own version, which they've awkwardly named the Lucas, or Low-Cost Unmanned Combat Attack System. Let that sink in for a moment. The U.S. military-industrial complex, with its trillion-dollar budget, looked at a drone built by a sanctioned nation and said, "We can't do better, so we'll just copy theirs." Why would they do this? Because the Shahed is a masterpiece of asymmetric warfare. We aren't talking about a fancy, stealthy, easily jammed piece of tech. We are talking about a platform that is brutally effective and cheap. The Shahed 136, which roars like a lawnmower and carries a warhead in its nose, costs about $20,000 to $50,000 to manufacture. It's small, can be launched from the back of a truck, and has a range of roughly 200 miles. It's designed to penetrate defenses through sheer numbers. Now compare that to the American solution to shoot it down. They use Patriot missiles. Each Patriot interceptor costs over $3 million per shot. That is an insane ratio. It is an economic catastrophe for the U.S. Every time Iran sends a swarm of Shaheds, or Lucas drones, if you want to call them that, they are forcing the U.S. to burn through millions of dollars in munitions. The U.S. has pushed every counter-drone system forward, sparing no expense, as the defense secretary admitted, but they are fighting a math problem they cannot win. Even the cheaper alternatives, like the Coyote drone interceptor, cost around $126,500 each. That's still several times the cost of the Shahed. This exposes the intellectual bankruptcy of the so-called largest army in the world. They spent 20 years building drones that cost as much as fighter jets, only to realize that in a real war, you need expendable assets. The U.S. has struggled to produce low-cost systems, while Iran, starved of resources and under constant threat, has innovated. The Shahed's effectiveness isn't just about cost, it's about capability. It uses off-the-shelf commercial electronics, which ironically makes it harder to jam because it doesn't rely on highly complex hackable military-grade GPS. And as the New York Times recently highlighted, the counter tactics have to be constantly updated. Even the Ukrainians have resorted to using fishing nets and shotguns against them because electronic warfare isn't a silver bullet. So, who is really the technologically superior force here? Is it the country that has to buy back its own stolen tech to try to understand it? Or is it the country that built that tech from scratch under the pressure of the toughest sanctions regime in history? The fact that the U.S. is now manufacturing a tweaked version of an Iranian drone is the ultimate admission of failure. It is the West admitting that the Islamic Republic's engineers outsmarted them. And now, with Russia providing better targeting and electronic warfare support, those drones are becoming even more lethal. As we move forward, the coordination between Moscow and Tehran is only going to get tighter. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has already stated that military cooperation with Russia is not a secret, that it continues and will continue. They are building a joint technological domain, moving away from the dollar, and sharing everything from gas turbines to missile technology. The United States walked into this conflict expecting a quick victory against an isolated Iran. Instead, they are finding themselves in a quagmire, facing a coalition that is determined, equipped, and increasingly coordinated. We will continue to track these developments as they unfold. Subscribe and stay tuned.
I swear by God, Tagidia shampoo will make you grow new hair in 2 weeks. If no new hair grows, we will compensate you $20,000.
President Trump, I got to say, somehow he did it. He shocked me. He shocked the world. Maybe it shouldn't have. I can't say, but you see on your screen right there, President Trump has now demanded unconditional surrender for Iran. He writes in his Truth Social, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader, or S, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Miga, thank you for your attention to this matter in the weird way he ends a lot of these. What in the literal hell are you talking? Unconditional surrender? I mean, listen, I've been telling you already, even from the outset, from the first day of this war, when President Trump made that initial statement about what his objectives were, when the Secretary of War went out and confirmed a lot of this, that basically it's the destruction of their long-range missiles, the destruction of their Navy, the destruction of the IRGC leadership, the destruction of their nuke facilities, and their destruction of their air capacity and their air defense capacity. I've told you, those are enormously difficult tasks to make militarily requirement. If regime change is your objective, and it clearly is, and so many senior administration officials have said it, That is going to be extremely difficult in a country that's 4 times bigger than Iraq and that has 90 million people and has all kinds of very difficult terrain, because you can bomb the place to the Stone Age. Again, don't lose sight of the fact of what happened in the region with Hamas, the smallest of all of these so-called axis of resistance. Inside the small, tiny little confines of the Gaza Strip, 2.5 years of unrelenting war by the Israeli Defense Forces has been unable to bring them to their knees. And to this day, they're still trying to negotiate a surrender of their arms because the Hamas side has viability. They are still alive. They are still an actual entity. 2.5 years in this tiny little area, even though I don't even know how many bombs have been dropped. I think we lost count. There's been tens of thousands of people that have been killed, innocent civilians just wiped out, kids, women, old people, everybody. It doesn't make any difference. And yet, all of that did not put pressure on the people to turn against their leadership. It did not destroy the leadership. It did not destroy their capability. It destroyed mostly their ability to live and to function without external supplies and humanitarian relief. But it still did not compel them to the political outcome Israel sought, which was the defeat of Hamas and the destruction of Hamas, which was actually set by the Israeli leaders. So I told you already that in a country of 90 million, that's as big as Iran is, that was going to be an expansive set. And now Trump has inordinately expanded that difficulty by calling for unconditional surrender. And look, unconditional surrender, it's the USS Missouri. I mean, he's looking for his USS Missouri. So I don't know, maybe they're going to pull that thing out of mothballs and roll it in there and think there's going to be a new signature on the deck, and just like there was with Japan in 1945. I don't know what he's thinking. But listen, we don't have an army. And you can see from the air just destroying all kinds of bombs, all kinds of buildings, all kinds of facilities, all kinds of military capability. That alone is not going to bring the people to their knees. I mean, you see it. Neither the Hamas I just mentioned, Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, still getting incredibly pummeled. And then Israel is talking even now to having another incursion into southern Lebanon. They've had several over the years. They've already had, they were in there just last year already, and they kind of pulled back and sort of had a semi-ceasefire. Obviously, it was never a full one. And now they're talking about going in and literally clearing off the decks and destroying a lot of the cities and just moving everybody back because the threat still is there. No matter how many tons of ordnance they have dropped on these people, they have not surrendered. The Houthis have kind of gone to ground. They've been kind of quiet, and that surprised a lot of people, to include me, that they've done literally nothing since this war has launched off here, which shows that they were severely harmed, much worse than I think a lot of people thought. But even they are still they're still viable. They have not surrendered. They have not ceased being an entity, a political entity. They still have military capacity. And now then you want to say, I want the huge country of Iran, bears repeating, that is 4 times geographically larger than the country of Iraq. And you want to bring that to unconditional surrender a la Japan without an army. I mean, let's even look at the actual one. Let's look at the unconditional surrender of Japan itself. That was only because we had this massive army, Air Force and Navy, that was pummeling them and moving closer and closer. And then even then, the reason why we used a nuclear weapon in 1945 is because even with the incredible amounts of bombs that we were dropping and just burning Japanese cities to the ground, they would not surrender. They would not give up. So none of the people in the region I just mentioned have given up, no matter how many tons of bombs have been dropped on them and how many of them have been killed. And now here is the biggest one of them all. And you think you're going to get unconditional surrender with no army, with no ability to go in on the ground? I just truly don't understand what in God's name is got to be in his mind. I don't know if he's not talking to his military, if he's just, I don't know, he was sitting in his bedroom this morning at 8 o'clock and just says, you know what would be cool? I want my own Missouri moment, and just fired it off. I don't know. The tweet was the Truth Social was subsequently reposted on X by the White House. So it doesn't seem like it was a mistake. It seems like it's a coordinated communications capability. So I'm just not sure what we're looking for. And, look, there has been so much damage done, and there has been some statements by the Department of War, by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the commander of Central Command. They continue going out the Israeli side. They have released information this morning from some of their officials talking about this profound amount of damage and destruction. All kinds of videos have come out just showing ship after ship from the Iranian Navy that's been blown up. And of course, missile launchers, all kinds of capabilities have been taken away. Now, as of today, though, the Iranian side continues to have missile capabilities. Now, there have been at least one video we've shown that shows that our side has been able to take out one of the underground bunkers in a pretty spectacular way. But you see that's burning in there. That's the ship that was struck by a drone in the Strait of Hormuz, which is keeping that waterway closed. And Gary, if we have that price of oil, if we can toss it up, this is from earlier this morning. So this is about 8 a.m., I think, if you can put that up there. $88 a gallon. I'm sorry, $88 a barrel. And you see that it was $67 the day before the war broke out. So that's spiking up. That stuff in the Gulf is not going to help. So this puts an impetus for urgency on the White House. And they're saying, man, we've got to get this thing under control. So I don't know. Maybe that's what President Trump is doing, because he said, a couple of days ago, this could go 5 or 6 weeks. Well, obviously, that's incredibly optimistic when you don't have an army on the ground. And now then, let's be clear. I just told you that expansive list that they mentioned on the outset of the war about how difficult that was to achieve. Now then, though, to get unconditional surrender, be clear on this. You have now added to everything I just said the defeat of the military. That means their army, the IRGC, the Basij, all the police, all of it. You now have to defeat their army, and you have to have the either destruction or the capitulation of their political leadership, i.e., regime change. And why does anyone think that you're going to get a regime change at any time that's near? It just is unbelievable. You've just made it enormously more difficult than it already was, and it was nearly impossible to get before. So there had been some talk, well, maybe we can get a negotiated settlement. Maybe there'll be enough pain that the Iranian side will say, all right, you know what, Uncle, we'll have this negotiations and we'll end it. If that was a hope, and at least it was a theoretical hope, now he's taken that off the table. So now that the only path left to Iran is to keep fighting for its physical survival. So if there was some question about whether the Iranian people would band together and whether they would rally around the flag, you've now made it so that the political leadership, there's no alternative but to continue fighting. And they will now never surrender. And if you don't have an army, what are you going to do? What are you going to do if it's, let's say, a month from now, and we continue to have these profound amounts of ordnance that we drop? And we just start destroying the city of Tehran and presumably some of the other cities. What are you going to do then? Look, let me just show you again the scale of what we're talking about here. Here's Tehran, here's right in the middle. So that's your political objective here. And if you zoom in, you can see that, it's a city of, I'm not sure what the population is. It's some number of millions, I would imagine. It's quite large. But you see the terrain all around it. It's covered with mountains, especially up in the mountain beyond it. All kinds of terrain up here. That's very difficult. So are you going to go in on the ground? You realize that any kind of situation like the Taliban, I have personal experience of what it's like trying to fight somebody in this terrain, because it's nearly the same as a lot of the mountainous areas, especially in the Kunar province in between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I went on many patrols in that area, foot patrols, vehicle patrols. It is incredibly difficult to move through there. And it was impossible for us at the height of our offensive, when we were in the country, 140,000 U.S. and NATO troops during that surge when I was in there in 2010, 2011. And there were whole sections, whole categories of the country of Afghanistan, which is considerably smaller than Iran. And we didn't even have influence over it, much less control over it. That's what we didn't have then. And now then you see that's just Tehran. Now, what are you going to do with these? I mean, let's just go just up in this area right here. Look at all these additional towns, villages, and cities. I mean, all this stuff, all this terrain. Are you going to go in and you're going to conquer all that? And if you don't, if you say, no, we're just going to level at Tehran, and then what? Then what are you going to do? Because, I mean, the political leadership will probably move somewhere else. They'll go to another place. They'll continue to function. They'll continue to fight. They'll continue to shoot back. And let's say it's a month from now, and you have literally just pummeled the place and just continue to use all the bombs and ordnance that we have. And if they don't give up, then what? And this is here in the city of Tabriz here that Gary's showing there. This is Friday period. That's today, folks. So you see that Iran is not exactly capitulating. They're not exactly laying down their arms. And this demand for unconditional surrender, it's just not going to be met. So here's the difficulty President Trump has put himself in right now. If you don't go in on the ground, if you don't have a ground force that can compel compliance, there's nearly no way you can succeed. You've already assassinated a lot of the top leaders, and as we told you before the war started, they'll just replace them and move on. Military, political leaders, and they'll just continue to function. And you can go after a lot of these underground bunkers, but just like the Hamas had all their underground tunnels that they continue to operate, even though it was a priority target for the Israeli Defense Forces, they never found them all. They never found them all. There's still some to this day. And that was one of the primary things they were doing in this tiny little strip. Now, what do you think in this massive country and all this mountainous terrain that's spread to the four corners of our country, do you think we're going to get those? So the likelihood is that you're going to continue to see missile launches coming from the sand, like Gary's shown you a few times. And there's some additional video out, even beyond the ones that we've shown you already. There's still going to be drones that are coming up, even if the number is reduced. And it has been significantly reduced. Even if you get a lot of the launchers that they come out, sometimes the mobile launchers come out of tunnels. And because we have certainly air superiority, if not outright air supremacy, then we have a lot of loitering, whether it's satellites or some of our drones or even some fighters. They are loitering around. They're looking for those, and they can get them in real short order. They have a real good system for that. So you can knock out a lot of those. You can't get them all. And you can't stop them from being able to launch a lot of these drones because they can come from anywhere. And how many interceptor missiles do we have? How many are you going to use? What if it's not a month from now? What if it's 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 5 months from now, 6 months? What are you going to do if you start to now? I mean, how many times can we go in and just bomb the heck out of it? There was a report this morning where the U.S. and the Israeli side went back and re-hit the bunker where the Ayatollah was. Well, I mean, you killed him in the first strikes of the first hour or so of the war. Why are you going back and resurfacing a target with, I mean, what are you hitting it even? But that shows you they're running out of stuff to shoot. And so now they literally, what are you going to do? All you can do is try to turn Tehran into Gaza. I don't know. I don't know what that's going to accomplish, except for it's going to suck down a lot more of our bombs. It's not going to compel them to surrender because you have no ground force threat. So there's nothing you can tell them to compel them to comply with it. So President Trump has made it nearly impossible to have any kind of success. And he has now cut off the possibility for a later negotiation, for a capitulation. Say, all right, we'll come to a negotiated agreement and we'll just end the war here and you can claim victory. Remember, I think it was just yesterday we were talking, one of the things President Trump could do is just say, you know what, we accomplished our objectives. We obliterated their Navy. We decimated their air power. We've substantially cut down on their air defense. And we've hit a lot of their long-range missiles a lot, set them back long way, years. They're no longer a threat. And now that we've got them to agree that they're not going to do a nuclear weapon, whatever you want to get. Now that's off the table. He has taken it off the table. Now, of course, at this point, the Iranian side said they weren't interested in it anyway. I think we showed you yesterday, Abbas Araghchi. Gary, do we have that video of Abbas Araghchi? I thought I saw that on there. Oh. Do we have that one up?
I'll grab it for you, Danny. Not yet. I'll grab it.
Okay, yeah, I think the one we used yesterday, because I do want to show that. Yeah, this is what he said to the question. if there is a ground invasion, are you afraid of that? Now, whenever Gary gets that pulled up there, he'll show he wasn't exactly afraid. He's not exactly quaking in his boots because he knows the geography of his country. He knows military history. He knows the experience that his country fought. And I think Ali Larijani, who's their national security advisor, I think he physically fought in the Iran-Iraq war. They know how to handle a ground incursion. So they're very confident they can handle that, even with a mastery in the air by the opposing side.
Boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
That's
so
enough
you're
right
saying
there,
that Iran is ready and willing?
You can see that, and who knows, because Trump is so thin-skinned and he is so reactionary, maybe that confident look from Arakchi made him say, oh, okay, you think that you're ready for our ground force? Then fine, guaranteed unconditional surrender. That's what we're looking for now. We stepped it up and put more pressure on you. And Abbas Arakchi almost certainly will go, okay, sure. You want to demand that? Fine. You were already coming after regime change. You already we were already existential threat. You didn't change that any. That's still the case. And what are you going to do about it? I mean, you're already pummeling us from the air, and that's not going to change. That's not going to stop. And we're still not going to give up. And if you don't have an army to even think about bringing in, then what more are you going to bring to him? So he's just going to shrug his shoulders and say, well, it doesn't change anything for us. The only thing that's changed is for President Trump, because now it's making him say, what are you going to do? If the first level was nearly impossible to achieve, this one is impossible to achieve unless, again, back to the original thing. If you roll the dice and just hope that they give up because they don't like the bombs, and if they don't, then you're screwed. Well, now it's even worse because they're going to be mocking you. All they have to do is survive, and they're mocking you, President Trump. And they're saying, yeah, all this great combat power you have, you're just going to continue to hit us. We are not going to surrender. And eventually, folks, listen to me. The public opinion in the globe, and at some point, it could even be in the Western media. They're going to say, man, all you're doing is striking people and just decimating the country and just pummeling, and they're not giving up. I mean, at some point, it just becomes egregious. That's like, okay, now all you're doing is just war porn. You just want to destroy buildings, and there's not even a military objective because you're going to run out of military targets pretty soon. That has certainly happened in the past. Doug McGregor has talked about how that happened in the Kosovo campaign in the 1990s, how we serviced all the military targets, and then they didn't give up. And it took, I think it was like 75, 80 days, something like that, before they finally had a change of a political decision. And they ended up doing what we were asking for there. It's one of the few times where bombing by itself actually worked, by the way. Very few times. And even that was, well, anyway, there was some successful. So if people want to point to something, that's one thing. It took something like 80 days. And at that point, all we're doing is just servicing targets, just because we have to do something. That same thing is going to happen here. Iran's huge, so there will be no shortage of something to shoot at, but towards what objective? And look, there's one other thing we got to talk about here, and it is this one. I just the interview I'm about to show you from Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. This happened yesterday, and I just saw it this morning though, and I just couldn't believe what I'm hearing. I mean, I think yesterday on our show, we had another soundbite from Mike Johnson. We said it was the 1984 award, the first ever one that we gave because of how detached from reality it was. Well, this one is a little bit worse because this came after the failure of the War Powers Resolution. So as a background here, we've been saying that, this violates the Constitution and the 1973 War Powers Act because there was no by every definition a war. And yet you had him say that it wasn't. And that's what they were talking about. Well, this one he is actually bragging on the fact that we have voted this down. But listen to his justification after that.
Well, we just had an important series of votes on the House floor. As you know, the War Powers Resolution failed. That is the right result. We are not at war. We have no intention of being at war. The president and the Department of Defense have made this very clear. The Department of War has made it very clear. This is a limited operation. It's an operation that's limited in its scope and duration. It has a very clear mission, and that mission is nearly accomplished by all estimates. We are taking down Iran's ballistic missile capability, its stockpile, and its ability to produce more. They were doing that at a scale and a speed that was more than our regional allies could keep up with. And it was a serious and imminent threat to the United States. We don't need to relitigate all that today. But also we wanted to take down the capability of their Navy, and all of that has been very successful. So this needs to continue. It would have been a very dangerous gambit to take the commander-in-chief's ability away to complete this mission. It would have been a very serious misstep by Congress, and I'm grateful that that resolution failed.
What in the literal hell are you talking about? This is not a war. This is not a war, he emphatically says. And then he literally describes to you how we are destroying another sovereign nation's navy, taking down all of their air defense capabilities, destroying a lot of their offensive missile capacities, and just pummeling the place throughout the world. And you have the audacity to stand there in English and say it's not a war, and then you lie so many times. It's just embarrassing. It's humiliating to me as an American that the Speaker of the House of Representatives is so egregiously and in your face lying. I mean, we'll just take the thing war. Obviously, it's a war. I mean, it's perverted to suggest otherwise, just on the face value of it. But then he says the War Department has said that there's not a war. Well, of course the War Department said it was a war. That's exactly what Hegseth came out. He used the word war every time he was talking about this, and especially in the early phases of it. So yeah, the Department of War said it was a war. So don't lie and say they didn't. The President of the United States, almost every time he talked about this in the first 4 or 5 days, he kept saying it's a war. The war is going good. Here's what we're doing in the war. So stop lying, man. I mean, for God's sake, do you have no integrity whatsoever? That you're just going to flat out lie when everyone can see with their own eyes what it is, and then you're lying about what your own government official agencies are saying? I mean, come on. But then now here we have President Trump, after he's made this statement, demanding unconditional surrender. That is the literal definition of a war aim. When you're at war with another country and you're demanding their unconditional surrender, that is war. So what kind of Orwellian world are we living in here in Washington, D.C.? This is crazy. This is weird and it's dangerous. And let's look at some of the other stuff, the other lies that he said. That it's a serious and imminent threat from Iran. That's why we had to act. Well, that's just as self-evidently untrue as anything else. The Iranian side have been bending over backwards to try and negotiate something that we could live with in 2025. Actually, even before that, before the June 2025 war, in the midst of it. And then in the midst of negotiations, we went and attacked. This year, we're in the midst of it. And then before the order for attack had been given, before, very important to point out, in the third round of negotiations with Witkoff, the Iranian side says, we will give you what you're asking for. There will be no nuclear weapons program. We will do no enrichment. We will finally give in to something you've been asking for weeks before that. We had said, the Iranian side had said before, we're not going to go to zero enrichment and we're not going to give you the stockpiles. Now then they said, after that third round, you know what? Fair enough. We'll do both of those. And we'll even put on the table for continuing negotiations an issue with the long-range missiles and the support for the regional proxies. So we had everything we asked for. And instead, we stopped negotiations and we attacked them and then we killed them again. So it put to the lie the idea that we were looking for a negotiated way out. There was no negotiated way. And then many of the leaders have lied since then and claimed that Witkoff being chief among them, President Trump being one of them also, said that we tried to negotiate, but then they were unserious about it and they would not agree to it when they expressly agreed to it. So that's another lie that he told. And then he says, the last thing there, and this is something that's humiliating for our own country and very dangerous because the implications going forward. He says, we can't, as Congress, take we can't take take out of the commander-in-chief's hands the ability to operate and conduct this war. That is literally the definition of what the Constitution says you're supposed to do. Not take it out of his hands per se, but to authorize it before it happened. Hell, even after the fact, you didn't even go through the motions of saying authorizing it. Now, if you thought all of these things were true, then you should have had that vote, and it should have been unanimous that everybody was behind it, especially after the fact. I mean, it would have been kind of an eye roller anyway. You just say, well, it's kind of like closing the barn door after the horse is gone. But no, we have to say, well, no, because it wasn't a war, so there's no War Powers Act issue to be involved in. I didn't have time to show you this one, but there was a senator on the Senate side, Senator Kennedy, went out yesterday and was point blank asked because the Senate also voted it down. And they said, well, when would it be? If this isn't a war, if this isn't anything it's going to take, I mean, what would it be? I mean, when would you vote for it? When would there be a declaration of war? And he said, well, it's kind of one of those things, you'll know it when you see it. I mean, I have to laugh, but it's just so serious. What are you talking about? Because we do see it in our faces. And you see it in some of these videos that Gary's showing you right here, because a lot of these videos, I mean, they're showing all the destruction even in the Israeli side. So there is a big time war going on. There are countries all over the region. Let me see if we have this one. Let me pop this one up there. This is, in fact, these are the countries in red that you see here that Iran has attacked in response to our offensive actions here. So yeah, kind of looks like a war to me. So I don't know what you're talking about. And not that I need to put that up there because it's self-evident that we're just lying. And then that he's, saying that, we don't want to tie the president's hand. No, what you mean is we are taking action and voting in both the House of Representatives and the Senate to say that we don't want the rule of law to exist. We do not want the Constitution to have any power. We want the one man, especially if he's in our party, we want the one man to have unilateral action like a sovereign leader, like a king, so that he can just choose like a monarch. He wants to be a monarch, like in the old days of monarch, where he had unlimited powers and he could just take us into war anytime he wanted. And no one, not a parliament, not the people, not popular opinion, nothing could constrain him. That is where we are. That is a fact. Not an opinion, not an assessment. It is a fact. The Constitution, this constitutional separation in powers and the guardrails have been destroyed, just as surely as if a cruise missile had hit them. And these guys are patting themselves on the back, bragging about how they have prevented anyone from putting any constraints on the president. I guess because they're lusting after him. I mean, hell, if you were at least going to do your job and you could say, well, we'll just give after the fact coverage to it, so they'd at least have been following the Constitution, but they can't even do that. They said, no, we literally want no kind of justification. Now, a good portion of this is the cowardice of members of Congress, both the House of Representatives. Nobody wants their name on it, so that if it goes bad, that their voters, when it comes time for the election this coming November, especially in the House, nobody can say, well, I didn't vote for it. I thought it was a bad idea the whole time. I mean, other than somebody like Johnson or people who've made comments, but the majority of the rest of them are just silent on it. So if it goes bad, then they'll say, we didn't even get a chance to vote. I would definitely have voted no if I'd have been given a chance. So they're cowards, and so they don't want to put their name on anything. That's probably the reason why they wouldn't even close the barn door after the horse had been gone, out of self-interest. No concern about the American bases that have been blown up. No concern about the 6 Americans, at least, that are dead so far, and the many others that are seriously wounded. The destruction of many of our facilities in the region, the deaths of others in some of our allies in the region who have been hit, all these other countries, the people who've been killed in Israel, and obviously I think yesterday I saw the numbers 1,200 some odd had been killed in Iran so far. I don't know what the number is today. I hadn't seen any of the updates in there. But they don't care about any of that stuff. I guess they just care about power, and they care about saying, yes, sir, Mr. Trump, whatever you say, that's what we want to do. 2 thumbs up. This going ahead. So this will not end well. There is no path to a successful outcome here. And as long as the people of Iran just maintain their solvency and their viability, we have no way to accomplish this expansive task. And that graph I showed you with the price of oil, is almost certainly going to continue to go up, especially if you keep having tankers get burned up in the strait there. That's going to continue to go on, and you're just going to. Then you're also going to continue.
Trump said Iran must surrender unconditionally. The Taliban never surrendered, and they didn't have any tanks, any planes, and they didn't have any missiles. I want you to just think about that. I've been preaching that for years. I've been ever since y'all been hearing me talk about war on here. I've been telling y'all that, warning y'all about that. If they lost to the Taliban never surrendered. Why the fuck should the Americans think Iran, who has advanced missiles, hypersonic missiles, and plenty of weapons, will ever surrender? They're not. It's not even in the game plan. That's crazy, bro.
Continue to drain our stockpiles of offensive weapons, of air interceptors, these very expensive ones, and we'll just keep dwindling with no objective and with no purpose. Not one of these missiles needed to be expended for our national security. Not one of them. Not one of the soldiers needed to die for our national security. Not one of them. Not any of the ones who may die here forward. None of it. And so you can pat yourself on the back here, but you are causing harm to our country by laying dangerous precedents forward. So now then no one will ever question again. If you don't question it on a massive operation like this, no one will ever question, at least the president of their party. And if you're in charge of it, no one will ever question it again, Republican or Democrat. And they now have the ability to take us into a war. And one day, and it may be this one, it's still too early to tell. But one day you're going to take us into a war we can't get out of, and we can't win, and we might even lose because we have surrendered our power and destroyed what our founding fathers set up as guardrails to prevent that outcome. That's where we are, folks. It is that serious. Well, we got a lot more to talk to you about today. In fact, we got a very powerful lineup of folks to show you today. We're going to
Remember the first video on the internet? Or the 6-second beauty of Vines? Or this?
The US is losing it. Despite what you heard, the media, we're already starting to see the coverage on the media that is not addressing certain issues. As a matter of fact, I was going to share a clip with you. Guess what I just found out? It was removed. So I'm still going to put the link for you if you get a chance to, I don't know, maybe not, but right there. So check it out later on. But to me, I checked it and it says unavailable. It's private. And this is where the US has its own sort of shortcomings to deal with. And the key tactic here, at least as it's going right now, from an Iran perspective, it is a war of attrition. No other way to looking at it. I'm going to be doing a specific video for you. Make sure you stay with me till the end because I'm going to talk about it, but I'm going to do it later. I'm just waiting to confirm on a certain information before I'll say anything. So what happened with Iran? Iran now is deploying 3 new types of weapons to the battlefield. And the question becomes, is how will this change the war? So first, we're talking about the Shahed drones. That's the one you're looking at here, the Shahed drones. And the idea is the Shahed drones, which are the most impactful tool right now for Iran. Why? Because Iranians design this particular type of drones, which have become have a familiar sound across the Persian Gulf as we speak. Because that's how Tehran does now, by striking back with the cheap but effective weapons. Remember, as I mentioned at the beginning, for every time Iran launches a drone, an interceptor that costs $4 million, if it gets through, or if it was lucky enough to hit it, that's the cost. You think about it. While at the same time, you have a ballistic and cruise missiles that fly faster and pack a much bigger punch they cost millions and are in a limited supply vis-a-vis the US and Israel. So the Shahed drone, the cost of it for Iran only costs tens of thousands, actually 20,000 to my knowledge, and are available at a large numbers. So here is one clip I'm going to share with you first. Luckily, they didn't sort of bend this one here. Let's take a listen here.
Iran actually bypassed the Iron Dome using wooden stealth drones. The advanced defense system is perfectly tuned to track fast, heavy metal rockets. Powerful radars easily spot steel casings and highly reflective electronic parts. To bypass this shield, engineers completely abandoned modern military materials. They built a new swarm of kamikaze drones almost entirely out of balsa wood. Wood and thin fiberglass absorb radar waves instead of bouncing them back. Instead of hot engines, they use tiny electric motors with zero heat signature. The drones were programmed to fly at extreme low altitudes, hugging the terrain. The dome's smart sensors simply filtered them out as flocks of birds or static noise. The AI didn't trigger interceptors until the wooden swarm was already diving in. In 2026, the world's smartest shield was pierced by the most primitive technology.
All right, I just want you to see that one. Let me get back here. Just to have an idea of why Iran is using it. So among the three now, we're going to be addressing about, I'm going to be talking about Khorramshahr 4. Khorramshahr 4, which I already did a video back then about, I wish I could have get the link for you. I might do it later on. Khorramshahr 4. Why is this? By the way, it is known also as Khaybar or Khaybar. Depends on how you pronounce it. Iran ended up deploying these long-range ballistic missiles into underground missile cities. And this, of course, belongs to the IRGC's Aerospace Force. And this in itself, with the presentation of this particular missile, it's now presenting it as a central element of its strategic missile capabilities. And right there, it went into combat almost immediately. The missile, just some basic characteristics, has a range of about 2,000 kilometers, and its length is about 13 meters, if you look at it right there. And carries, here's the important thing about it. It carries a warhead weighing about 1,500 kilograms. And it can reach the hypersonic speed up to, it's not at Mach 16, but is up to Mach 16 outside the atmosphere. And that in itself, what does it tell you? It tells you one aspect, and that aspect is it will leave very little reaction time for any type of air defense systems, unless they have advancement. So as of March 5th, which is yesterday, Iran launched Khorramshahr. And Khorramshahr 4, that is, targeting Ben Gurion Airport and targeting one specific location inside Tel Aviv. One of them is the Air Force 27th Air Base. And of course, the IRGC claimed that the missile penetrated Israeli air defense systems. Well, it's not claiming, it is verified. So I'm going to share a video. Oh, that's the video that, I'm sorry. Let me show you. So I want you to see with your own eyes. Hold on a second. Here, let me share the screen. Just, I want you to see with your own eyes what it says right there. Right there, video unavailable. And I looked at it. I watched it. So, and I saw the launching of the Khorramshahr 4, and I saw the landing of the missile. I also saw the interceptions, but they couldn't. Of course, let's just for the record, the Israeli missile interceptors were able to intercept something else, because what the Iranians ended up doing, firing more than once. So unfortunately, and the missile, it has like a cluster munition. And I saw once it gets to closer to whatever it needs to be sort of dispersed, the munition, it really spread out into too many, targeting that specific location. Now, the question with this becomes, it's not a question, but rather you think about the strategic impact of this. Because it's the importance of it. And the importance of this Khorramshahr 4 is that it remains fueled for extended period. And that in itself reducing the launch preparation to mere minutes, that's the window you have to avoid for being attacked from a silo or a launching pad or what have you. The other aspect is that in a mid-course navigation of this system, it corrects its path outside the atmosphere, which means what? It means that it maintains an accuracy even against countermeasures. And this makes it extremely hard to preemptively destroy on the ground and extremely hard to intercept it in the air. That's one. Second type is the Haider 110. That's another missile. That's another type of weaponry, which those are the fast attack boats. It's called the Iron 100 or Haider 110. This one is a carbon fiber missile boat, which exceeds about 110 knots, approximately 204 kilometers per hour. And this, by the IRGC, is held one of the fastest operational military boats in their arsenal. It weighs about 9 tons and it measures about 14 meters long. And the interesting aspects about it, I have 2 pictures for you here. I have this one here. The aspects about it is that it carries with it 2 Iranian-made anti-ship cruise missiles with an approximate operational range of 350 nautical miles. Why is this important? It is important for you to understand why the IRGC was able to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Even though, by the way, it was an announcement in Washington yesterday which said, oh, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. That's a lie. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, except for one particular country. And who's that country? Is China. China was allowed to move an oil tanker, to my knowledge, without being harassed, whatever. They allowed it, Iranians allowed it. And the Chinese role, by the way, there is a Chinese role in Iran. And I'm going to get to it as I move forward here. So the Haider 110 acts as a high-speed spearhead, basically. Sort of it comes in a formation, because that's how they come in. This is not just one by itself. In a formation capable of rapid flanking maneuvers. That is the important. Once again, what is the strategic impact of something like this? Well, here is the thing. When you combine the Haider 110 with the ballistic missiles and explosive surface craft in mixed salvos, the defensive burden on escort vessels increases exponentially. Once again, this is why the IRGC was able to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. There are those who said no, but it did. And that in itself protecting both the warship and the escorted merchant vessels under such layered attack conditions, hypothetically should that happen. And this is why in a narrow Strait of Hormuz, this could cause disproportionate disruption, even for small boats. And the third element, the third types of weapons that's been introduced, those are the booby-trapped kamikaze drone boats. Sorry, I couldn't find some sort of clear picture to share it with you. So, but I'm going to share a link with you if you feel like reading about it. Oh, sorry. I'm going to put it in the chat box for you to read that one. Now, Iran because what is about these booby-trapped kamikaze drones? Those are, as you know, the sort of uncrewed surface vessels known as the USV in the military terminology. In a combat, for the first time, Iran entered this into this conflict, and this is where the idea of that's how they end up striking the Marshall Island flagged oil tanker MKD. Remember picture I shared with you last time? Let me see if I still have it. No, I don't. Let me see here. Oh, I have it right here. Let me share it with you on the screen. Cargo. Cancel here. Okay. My believe it or not, guys, my screens, my images froze. How ironic. How ironic. So anyway, we'll move on. We'll move on. I was going to show you the picture of the tanker that was hit by this particular drone boat. Here. Now, the importance about it. This is the first time Iran is using the USV to strike ships in the region. And Iran has steadily developed these types of weapons and supplies them to, guess whom? Ansarullah in Yemen, who used them extensively in the Red Sea campaign. My point is that what we are seeing, and we will see more, is that Iran, on each phase, is showing new types of weapons. We don't know what it might have. As a matter of fact, I have it on a good authority that someone mentioned that Iran might have in its possession about 8 nuclear warheads. I want to rule that out. And I know they're not going to be making up things like this. So I'm waiting to confirm certain aspects before I'll do a video for you about it. And this is where the picture I was going to share with you, but it's unfortunately it didn't. And I don't know if I can do the, if I reload, this might not work. That is unusual for this to just freeze. The big picture, once again, for this type of the strategic, these types of USV, this when you have these systems, by the way, represent now Iran's layer asymmetric strategy. You have the Khorramshahr 4 punches deep into Israel and US bases with near hypersonic power. You have the Haider 110 overwhelming the naval defenses through speed, in this case, and swarm situation. And you have the USV drone boats quietly strangles global energy trade without requiring any crew or conventional naval power. So despite what you hear, the US is saying, Israel is saying, we have destroyed much of Iran's traditional navy. And by the way, there was an incident near Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean there, where India facilitated and helped the US targeted naval assets that belongs to Iran. They're using a torpedo for that. But when you think about this type of systems, beside the Khorramshahr 4, you have now a faster, harder to target weapons that are proving far more resilient. And once again, you add all, I don't know if I'm.
I just got a $4,000 loan sent straight to my bank account. I'm freaking out, dude, because now I can go on vacation. I went to.
Yeah, I'm not able to scroll down. Yeah, it's not moving. So it froze. Anyway, so now there is one aspect I need to share with you. How do you think Iran is doing all this? On its own? Yes, to a degree, but there is something behind the scenes. And behind the scenes is the imagery. Where does Iran is getting this specific imagery? This is where China's role came in. I know they've been critical. Some have been critics. There have been some critics out there that in time of need, Russia and China kind of didn't step in to help Iran and so forth. Yes, militarily, publicly, openly, yeah, they are not there. They're not sending their troops. They're not sending their weapons openly here. But what, at least in the case of China, you have a specific Chinese company. And the Chinese company is located by spatial intelligence images and is actively tracking U.S. military aircraft, ships involvement, troop movements, and any other ongoing operations against Iran. And that in itself highlights to you the vulnerability of conventional armed forces to observation from satellites in low orbits. The Chinese Beidou systems, which to my knowledge tends to have an accuracy of between 1 and 30 meters off, which is nothing. If you think 1 meter off of target, think about how big those targets are. That means the accuracy of those satellite images is on target. And that is exactly where this company, it's called Mizar Vision. It's headquartered in Shanghai. So next time I'm in Shanghai, I'm going to check it out. So, had been sort of posting satellites, photos of US military activities throughout the past week in social media, because those are not classified, by the way. So I'm going to share, first of all, a link with you, and I'll share a clip with you to see. You can read up on it. Hopefully I can play the link here. I think I can. Let's hope. Let's see. Share. Okay, can you see this? All right, let me share the link here. All right, let's look at this one here. I have to, because the sound, there are some music. There's some music in the background. I have to silence that one first. All right, let me share it. Okay, I'm not able to share this with you. What is going on? My apologies. My apologies. I'm just not able to share it. Hold on, let me try one more time. Okay, let's take a look once again. Appreciate your patience, guys. Share. Here we go. Let me. So I'm gonna do translation as I move forward because it's in Arabic, by the way. Basically, what I was saying to those who have said that China did not come to the aid of its ally. This expression has been sort of spread out throughout. However, is this statement true? That's what it says in Arabic right there. لكن هل هي حقيقة? Is this true? 2 days prior to US launching the airstrike, US and Israel launching the airstrike. A Chinese company launched, shared some imagery of this imagery is of a high caliber, high quality, and high precision.
تكشف تحركات الجيش الأمريكي
which demonstrates the movement of the US assets
في الشرق الأوسط.
in the Middle East.
الشركة تدعى مايزر فيجن.
The company called Miser Vision,
ومقرها شنغهاي.
and it's headquartered in Shanghai.
وقد نشرت صورا دقيقة
And it has published images that are so precise
قاعدة دييغو غارسيا
of Diego Garcia, the base
في المحيط الهندي
in the Indian Ocean.
حيث ظهرت مقاتلات F-16
Of you see the fighters F-16
التزود بالوقود
and the air fueling tankers.
ولم تكن مجرد صور.
It wasn't just a mere picture.
الشركة استخدمت تقنيات
The company used some specific technology
تحليل جغرافي لتحديد عدد
in these geographical aspects to pinpoint exactly
طائرات ورصد التغيرات
and also to track the movements of planes
اليومية في انتشارها
on a daily basis as it's kind of prepossession itself
كما
themselves.
كشفت صورا لتحركات القوات الأمريكية.
Also, they shared the pictures about the movements of the US troops
في قواعد عسكرية في إسرائيل
in military bases in Israel,
وقطر والأردن
in Qatar, Jordan,
واليونان
and Greece.
في وقت كانت فيه واشنطن تستعد لضرب
At the same time, Washington was preparing to launch its attack.
إيران. لكن القصة قد تكون أعمق من مجرد
The story could be far more deeper than just imagery
مراقبة
or surveillance.
قريرة روسية وغربية تملك الصين حضورا استخباراتيا.
The Chinese have a strong intelligence presence inside Iran
واسعا داخل إيران وتقدم دعما تقنيا
and is providing support
في مجالات المراقبة
when it comes to support to Iran when it comes down to the surveillance
والأنظمة العسكرية
and the defense systems.
ووفق تحليل نشره موقع مودرن دبلوماسي.
I'm going to stop right here because it's a little bit long, so because I still have to cover on my analysis and so forth. There is one thing I need you to understand about this role of why China let it be out right now. Two things. One is that the upcoming visit of Donald Trump on 28th of April, I had someone reached out to me to do an analysis about this trip of Donald Trump. And second, it's far more sort of strategic on part of the Chinese. Why Chinese doing this? Chinese doing this because they wanted to learn about the movements of the Americans, about how they responded to, for example, Khorramshahr 4, the type of weapons that Iran is using. So to China, this is a learning curve to learn about the weak points regarding the US movement. Smart idea, a good investment in supporting Iran from an intelligence perspective, but it's going to give a return on investments to the Chinese far more, in addition to supporting the Iranians. And that's usually very, very important to understand these dynamics. Now, how will the deployment of these new types of weapons Iran change to the theater now, change the calculus for Israel mainly? I wish I could have shared that video because he showed literally Khorramshahr 4 targeting inside Tel Aviv. It targeted one of the parts of the Ministry of Defense, because the Ministry of Defense, to my knowledge, is in Tel Aviv, located there. And Khorramshahr 4 represent now Israel's interceptors' nightmare. This is where the issue of I don't want to reload this on the image because I'm afraid I might lose you all because since it froze, but I was just gonna keep going without those links and so forth or clips then. Because this is the weapon, the Khorramshahr 4. This is the weapon that most directly threatens Israel's survival calculus. This is why last time when I did the video for you, I ended with the question whether Israel is going to use nukes in case it became evident to them that their survival is done for. Khorramshahr 4 could achieve that. And of course, in reaction, Israel will have no other option but to retaliate with the nukes. And of course, you have two other countries that could step in, Pakistan and North Korea, using the nukes against Israel. And we all know what it means. Let's hope it never gets to that. So what the IRGC claimed is that Khorramshahr, and now here is the thing that I need you to understand. Some think tanks on both sides of the Atlantic will say, oh, the Iran just claimed this, claimed that. They don't have the hypersonic. You remember how many analyses were emerging from the West saying, oh, Iran just lying about the hypersonic, till they prove with Fatah 2. Khorramshahr 4 is no different. So when IRGC, the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, claim that Khorramshahr 4 penetrated 7 layers of Israeli air defense systems. And that's how it was able to strike Ben Gurion Airport and the IAF, the Israeli Air Force 27th Air Base. That is the important that I need you to understand. Now, whether the Iran claim is fully accurate, I saw the images. Those images were not fabricated. And I traced the date of those. This is not from last time, from June 2025. Those were dated. And I double checked on that date on March 5th, 2026, yesterday. And that is exactly why this one, the underlying math now is deeply uncomfortable for Israel. The entire US-Israel campaign now has been specifically designed to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities before the combined force depleted its interceptor stockpile. Israel is running into this issue now. They don't have as many. The US is running into an issue. And I don't want to get ahead of myself because I'm going to do specific video for you about what is the US doing about this and what opportunity this is creating for some other country in specifics. So here is what it means as of today for Israel. It means that Israel could literally run out of interceptors if Iran keeps firing. And this is why Iran is moving strategically, step by step, in phases. And making matters worse, Iran has been fighting Khorramshahr 4 fitted with a cluster munition, which I saw in that video that now YouTube took down. So remember, the information warfare is going to be deception as to what you see versus what you're not going to see. So I'll do my best to provide you the accuracy, because to me, that's what reporting is all about. That's what journalism is all about. Shame on this so-called media here in the West that they're not providing a balanced arguments. Provide the information and let the viewers decide for themselves. But you can be biased towards one but not providing the other. That's misleading. So making the matter worse, as I said, Iran fired the Khorramshahr 4 missile fitted with cluster munition warheads. And submunition that disperse over a wide area to maximize damage. And I saw the damage that it did. So a tactic Iran already field tested during the June 2025. That's when Iran started testing some of that on a smaller scale. And this means now even partially, or even a partial interception, let's say, of salvo can still cause widespread casualties on the ground, be it in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, Shemesh, or other locations. So Israel is thinking that they can go after the launchers themselves. And even the IDF is stating, which I don't believe, that it says that it destroyed around 300 Iranian launchers since the war began. Okay. Well, how come Iran still firing? The same argument Donald Trump makes about obliterating the nuclear power plant. Really? And that's again, because you have to understand, Khorramshahr 4, from a strategic perspective, changes the calculus because it is harder to intercept by a missile. meaning that Israel must destroy the launchers before they fire, before Iran fires, and not really intercepted it after. It's too late. And the same concept will apply to Haider 110. No, that's not an image here. Haider 110. Israel, this is Israel's immediate part of it, immediate problem. Why? It's because what Iran is doing is to choke Israel from having access to energy. This is why they had to attack and shut down the Strait of Hormuz, because Qatar now saying we can't do anything about natural gas, liquefied natural gas, except the tanker that belongs to China was able to cross through the Strait of Hormuz. So the Haider 110 is primarily for the Strait of Hormuz theater, rather than a direct threat to Israel territory. No, it's not for the territory. It's the economic angle. Oil prices already went up here in the US, gas stations. There are places now in the US that the gas already reached $5 a gallon. It is my belief, once it reaches $6, you're gonna start to see some really serious problems here in America, which we already have with the $39 trillion in debt. And now the war is gonna add more. Suffice it to say that Haider 110, you have to understand its strategic relevance. So, might not be of a problem to Israel directly, okay? But it will be a problem to Israel's economy, because Israel depends on global energy markets and its own oil import through Eilat to the port that Ansarullah targeted last time. And the problem with this, if you think long term, is that a prolonged chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to basically sort of hurt and cave in the Israeli economy, which is already suffering, in addition to the political fallout of this. And that's adding pressure on the Israeli government to end the war faster. So, which means Israel will not achieve its objective to begin with. Because now what you have Israel moving hospitals into underground. Even some shelters have been targeted by Iran's missiles. Nothing is safe anymore. And I'm going to mention about the psychological impact as I move forward. The third element is the booby-trapped boats. So this is almost an escalation without an escalation. The USV drones boats here represent a fascinating strategic shift for Israel. Why? Because Iran has continued attacking energy and maritime infrastructure in the Gulf states. Because remember, Iran already struck the port of Salalah in Oman. That was with the direct missile. Iran also targeted fuel tankers in Dokkum port. Yeah, I'm sorry once again. I can't move it froze. I wanted to show you certain locations, but this is what I see in the screen in front of me, but I can't move any other. In Dokkum, in port. And of course, what the US did recently. I'm sorry. What Iran did recently. It attacked the US embassy in Riyadh. I was in the compound. I used to live there. I lived there when I was working. So targeted right there. To me, once again, the importance of those, what is it? Is the imagery that the Chinese are providing. It shows you how accurate. When Iran attacked the US embassy in Riyadh, it didn't hit the neighbor. And that area, we call them the diplomatic corridor. It's so wide, so large. It didn't target the structures. It targeted the embassy itself. That tells me right there how accurate, pinpointing, and precise the coordinates are provided by the Chinese. I bet you, when Donald Trump is in Beijing between March 28th and April 2nd, Iran issue is going to come up in the conversation. Now, here is why this matters to the Israelis specifically. Because this matters because the Israelis assess that the Saudis may soon strike Iran. That's a joke. Saudis have nothing in comparison to Iran. I wrote in both books, in my Iran book and my Saudi book, that if there is a war to break out between Saudi Arabia and Iran, it will take Iran about 2 weeks to wipe out the entire military of Saudi Arabia. Saudis don't have. Do you know who's going to be flying those fighter jets? It's the Americans, not the Saudis. The Saudis don't have. Let's just be straightforward about it. The Saudis have no chance. No country in the region, in the Gulf, will stand a chance against Iran, one-on-one. And this is why Iran's, all this means what? It means that Iran's drones, boat, and missile attacks on Gulf states may be sort of pushing in a direction that will see, oh, where is the US protection? What are we doing this? And as a matter of fact, there is now calls behind the scenes wanting to negotiate with Iran. Because the Iranian president, Brzezinski himself, stated on the record that they have been they received some sort of a call, if you will, for consideration of negotiations. But if you hear what the foreign minister, Ali Arakshi, said, you will say, I can see why. And I'll get into that in a second here. Now, the core Israeli dilemma, what is it? And I want to focus this on Israel because to Iran, the main target is going to be Israel, not the US aircraft carrier, not all this, not all that. It's going to be Israel because that's where the issue is for the Israelis, for the Iranians. Of course, the US is part of that, and they will deal with that as they move forward. And the core Israeli dilemma is that there is now a race against the clock. That is where the problem is. So, the 3 weapons at the same time, that is a fundamental problem for Israel that is facing right now. Because Iran's ability to launch missiles and drones is showing a signs of, even though they are reducing in the quantity, Iran is deliberately reducing the quantity a little bit. Why? Because Iran is moving methodically in phases.
So, embarrassing story, guys. I got hit with a medical bill recently and I did not have enough money to pay for it.
I am left to wonder what is the next surprise Iran might have for Israel. But Iran so far has not eliminated the launching of the missiles or whatever types of weapons they want, because they are continuing every day. It's just not on a larger number. And why is this important? To Iran, if they keep at least launching even, let's say 10 drones, 3 missiles, how much Israel is going to have to burn through interceptors, risking civilian infrastructure damage, which is already happening in Haifa, in Tel Aviv, in Shemesh, and another location I couldn't remember the name of it. And this is where you have to see what is Israel is going to do. Of course, without the US, there will be no Israel to begin with. And since the war began, Israel, here is the fact. Israel has dropped 4,000 munitions across 1,600 aerial sorties over Iran. An enormous expenditure that cannot be sustained indefinitely. This is the game Iran is playing on long term. As a matter of fact, I have it on good authority that Iran stated and willing to go for this war for the next 2 years. 2 years. Think about it. Just think about it. If the US and Israel already running short on stocks for ammunition, for interceptors, for weapon, what have you, even now, and we are only in the first chapter of this war, 7 days. Can you imagine 2 years? And that is one of the things I'm going to talk to you in next video when I'll do specifically for this, because I don't want to overlap so much information. So far, just the bottom line to all this, the bottom line, Khorramshahr 4, the missile that you saw earlier. Oh, it pissed me off that I can't just scroll because it freezes on these aspects of, damn. Anyway, Khorramshahr 4 makes Israel air defense mathematically unsustainable over time. That's Khorramshahr 4. The Haidar 110 strain the broader coalition, and DUSV boats spread the war geographically in ways that may either help or destabilize Israel's alliances. It's a strategic move. So for now, in Tel Aviv, Israel's calculus is now firmly one of speed over thoroughness. Either because what they want, either end this fast or risk being blade dry by a highly motivated adversary. All right, let me share this clip here. I'm gonna play it. Hopefully it'll work. Man, I worked. Okay, I worked, spent all day yesterday just putting this together for you. And but life goes on. Why am I gonna think negative here? All right, let's share. Here it is. I can share it here with you. All right, take a listen. No way. That's the one I'm referring to here. Let me play it again quickly. He was saying, here it is, here it is, here it is. أما هذا الصاروخ تشعر أنه متوحش. As far as this weapon, I think they're, I'm sorry, this missile, a reference to Khorramshahr 4, if I'm not mistaken, you will feel like it's mutawahish. What is the word mutawahish? I'm drawing a blank on this term. I can't remember it. I'm sorry. My brain. So anyway, I just want you to see that particular drop of that missile. Now, here is where Abbas Araghchi comes in. Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran. He said, and I quote, Iran is not seeking a ceasefire or negotiations with the United States, indicating the continuation of hostilities. He stressed, meaning Iraq, Abbas Araghchi, he stressed that negotiations are not possible under pressure or threats, insisting on accountability for aggression before discussing diplomacy. I'm going to go as far as saying, Mr. Araghchi, forget about negotiations anytime in the future with the Americans. But that's me, because that's, again, where the strategic mistake Iran made back in 2018. And let's not dwell on that. That's the past. All right, let's talk about, not talk about, but share a video, a clip, I'm sorry, not a video, a clip with you, once again, because I want you to see the evidence for yourself. You will see with your own eyes here. Let's take a listen.
The reason why we should negotiate with the US, when we negotiated with them twice, and every time they attacked us at the middle of negotiations. So there is no request for a ceasefire by us, and there is no request for the negotiation with the US from us. No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the US military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them. And that would be a big disaster for them.
Very, very interesting statements, because when we invaded Iraq, we had like, oh, it's gonna easy walk. We're just gonna walk in and all that stuff. We put troops, and the numbers were 3 times what we have right now in the region, over 150,000. And again, you kind of realize we don't understand that individuals now in Iran or Iraq, whatever, since we're talking about Iran, we don't understand the old history of the Persians. We're fighters. We're fierce fighters. And look at in history whether it was any major power back then that was able to conquer the Persian Empire. And that's why Iraq is saying, yeah, bring in your troops in, which will be a nightmare to begin with. And by the way, another information that has not been disclosed. This is where I see the double standards of the media. If they calling themselves journalists and journalism and so forth, provide both sides of the argument and let the viewers decide. You know, when Iran launched the Khorramshahr 4, Iran also attacked or targeted a dangerous biological laboratory inside Israel. And the location of that, it's called Israel Institute for Biological Research. It is located in Nes Zayona. That's where it is located. And of course, that's based on valuable report and the most significant and sensitive biological research facility in Israel. That was attacked. And that's, by the way, it's I've read the articles about it, and again I have and I'm going to show you a clip in a second here. But there was an American writer, and he's a media analyst. His name is Adam Johnson. I'm going to share the link with you. And he's the founder of the Column. It's called Column Platform. And what is his specialty? His specialty is in criticizing media performance and exposing the institutional biases. And that is where he argued that this coverage that we are only seeing half of the story revealed the blatant and shocking bias in priorities of US major media coverage of the war on Iran. That is why I'm doing what I'm doing for you, because I want you to see the other side of the arguments. And that is, again, and I'll give you a quick example, and I wish I could have shared the pictures, because I had a picture of the, I'm sorry, I just can't do the pictures. A picture of the school that was targeted by the US and Israel. That school for girls. Why would the US and Israel target a school? Why? 168 schoolgirls were killed. That's, to me, it's massacre. It's not a, it's not a military target. It's not a military legitimate target to launch a missile. And yet, did we hear, at least here in the US, I'll speak for my country, I don't speak for others, no single media outlet addressed or mentioned it. This is what this guy, the American media analyst, Adam Johnson, is criticizing. So, because here is the thing. If we will have seen, if we would have seen that image in reverse, in other words, if Iran would have attacked a school in Israel and killed 168 students, little kids, the world will go up in arms. Will go up in arms. And yet the media wasn't able to cover at least what happened with this. Now, let's go back to our conversation about those 3 types of weapons, because this is a change in the escalation phase that is managed by Iran, not by the US or Israel. Because the air defense architecture right now in Israel is fundamentally broken against these missiles that Iran is launching. Israel has layered the defense systems. You have the Iron Dome, you have the David Sling, you have the Arrow 3, which were designed. Those are designed for the previous generations of types of missiles or threats or what have you. And now you have the hypersonic glide vehicles can maneuver in both course and pitch at an extreme speed, making them nearly impossible for existing air defense systems to intercept. And this is just Iran. Imagine if the Chinese launched their hypersonic, which is at a Mach 30. Just think about it. This is what I'm saying. To China, this is a good investment in helping Iran for the intelligence sharing as far as satellites and so forth, because the return on investment is worth it.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finance.
Because here is the harsh reality. Even from within Israel, the most damning assessments came from inside its own defense industry. And you have Yuval Basiski, who is the vice president of Rafael, Advanced Defense Systems. And that's it's the leading missile defense developer. He is now warning that the hypersonic missiles open a new era in air defenses. Meaning what? It means that Fatah 1, Fatah 2, Khorramshahr 4, and all the other within that family of those type of missiles will almost certainly continue to penetrate Israel's air defenses with impunity throughout this conflict and maybe for some time to come. This is why I believe, and it is my opinion, that's why I believe Iran is stated and stand by its position as far as we are willing to go in this war for the next 2 years if we have to. That means they have the arsenal for it. That means they have the supply for it. Israel doesn't, the US doesn't. Wait until I share with you in the next video about what the US just did regarding replenishing this shortage in missiles and so forth. If you only know where it came from. And the idea that the combat results are already devastating, because this isn't theoretical anymore. Because even, as I said, images will not lie. And for me personally, the ones that I saw, and now I can, because they took them down, or the clips, or what have you, that I saw, I had to check and double check on the dates to make sure this is not some old footage from somewhere. And I found out that the date is as of yesterday, March 5th, 2026. So when you think about the footage that I saw for Israel, even Israeli confirmed that Fatah 2 hypersonic glide vehicle struck a fortified IDF command center, killing about 7 senior officers, in addition to causing multiple additional casualties. Of course, there are casualties on the Iranian side. As a matter of fact, the Iranian casualties crossed 1,000 now. Even the Iranians also confirmed that they have attacked using Fatah 2 missile targeting US military facilities, not the country, in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. And now you have Khyber or Khorramshahr 4 that as of 2 days ago struck near the office of the Prime Minister and the headquarters of the Israeli force commander. Some said the Prime Minister is not in Israel, he is in Germany. I do not know. All I know is that when I looked at the tracking for the planes, his plane at that time when the war started, he wasn't. He was moving towards Germany. Is he still there? I don't know. And I can't say something I do not know. Now, what is Israel's options? Really, real options. So, I don't know. There is no endurance. Israel will not sustain this, even for a month. They will not sustain it. And once again, I found myself asking ahead of time, will Israel resort to using nuclear weapons against Iran? Because they can't sustain this. They cannot sustain it. Major cities are hit. In the assessment that I read, you're looking at Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv has been the most targeted city. Tel Aviv is the capital. And the Iron Dome they're supposed to protect. No, not anymore. Because the Iranian missiles struck residential block in the coastal city, causing heavy damages based on those images that I saw, and creating a large, very large crater. The Home Front Command confirmed the complete ballistic missile, not just fragments. The missile in itself made the hit. And that missile, as I mentioned earlier, carries a warhead several hundred kilograms, 1,500 kilograms. 40 people, according to and I'm going to share the link with you, 40 people didn't make it inside that Tel Aviv. Did CNN talked about it? Did Fox talked about it? Did the CNBC? All of those. I don't listen to those anyway. I don't watch them. I don't even watch the news in America. It's because I know how it is. I used to work in DC. We kind of understand how. So let me share the link quickly, so you can read for yourself about what it's not being reported. And in addition to 40 people, you have 40 buildings in Tel Aviv were damaged. And this was only on Saturday. That was back then, on Saturday a few days ago. Even now, the Haaretz, which is the newspaper, it's reputable in Israel. I'll give credit where credit is due. They do go against the government in disclosing the information. And that's what they disclosed. This is the Haaretz that disclosed this information. Al Jazeera confirmed it. Beit Shemesh suffered the world's deadliest single strike on Israel so far by Iranian ballistic missiles. Beersheba, that's the name of the location. I couldn't remember the first time. Beersheba. Beersheba is in the south part of Israel. Had a direct hit with an Iranian ballistic missile, wounding about 19 Israelis. It didn't talk about any death. And that's where everybody was evacuated. Everybody. And the missile destroys homes and so forth. So the overall casualty picture, Israel did confirm casualties of that stands over 10. They're not going to go beyond. The other one mentioned about 40 so far. They're not going to disclose that. In June, it took this long for that information to come out. In June, there were over 28 dead Israelis, 3,000 hospitalized. But during that time, in June 2025, nothing was mentioned. Nothing was mentioned. But the damage, not only from an infrastructure and the strategic damage, you have the damage of psychological. Because now, if you think about the infrastructure, for example, the damage extends well beyond residential buildings. A 9-story building was hit in northern Israel. The Ministry of Health in Israel has moved now hospital operations, all of them, underground. Ben Gurion Airport has been hit with a direct missile. And that's where Iran claimed that is Khorram Shah 4 that struck Ben Gurion Airport. The psychological damage to this, it's astronomical. I saw another clip somewhere. The people are panicking inside Israel. Then I get used to that because they've been told the Iron Dome will protect you. And when psychologically, if you are psychologically impacted, no security will ever return you to normalcy. Think about it. Multiple explosions have reported in the sky above northern and central parts of Israel. And that includes Tel Aviv area and Haifa, where sirens now have become, the sound of sirens is continuous. Now, you know how much damage that will do to you psychologically? Continuously, day and night. People shelters now underground. Underground parking lots for cars have been turned into sleeping shelters. Once again, I saw the images. So the bottom line is that the trajectory is deeply concerning. When you have cities from Haifa and Beersheba are being hit directly, and Tel Aviv, the critical infrastructure is under pressure. Hospital operations have gone underground. And add to all this, you have now Hezbollah in the north front has been reopened. This is why Israel now is evacuating all Israelis living in northern Israel. Can we go as far as saying, is this damage reached the threshold of existential threat? Maybe not yet. But every day, the war continues without stopping Iranian missiles. The cumulative toll will grow in a direction that Israel's society, economy, political setting, defense stockpiles cannot sustain indefinitely. That's the hard truth. So let me see.
Investors, if you're still unable to achieve the portfolio results you're looking for, it might be time to recalibrate.
No, I don't have. Just to highlight to you one other aspect, because it's very, very important. I have our dear friend, Matt Backey, shared this with me, and I wanted to share it with you. And thank you, Matt, for sharing this one. Here is to highlight to you the double standard of the media. So this individual is in United Arab Emirates, okay? But just take a listen.
This is Jules Sullivan reporting from a terrifying situation in the UAE. As you can hear, there are many loud noises. Shut up, you lot. For the record, the loud noises are construction. We know what you're doing, British and European media. We understand that you are state propaganda and you're given direct talking points by your governments. Your governments were so concerned about all the ultra high net worth individuals leaving Europe and leaving UK for Dubai that you're now trying to trash Dubai's reputation. But I got news for you. Wealthy people tend to be smart. They can see through the sheep programming, and they would much rather take occasional missile intercepts than pay 50% tax. You can trust me on that. I really think it is nothing short of shameless to see the British and European media pushing so hard to fearmonger. Does it look scary? Does it look like a war zone? No. So yeah, just stop listening to these mainstream propaganda outlets. It's just not real anymore. We can all source real-time information from credible sources like the official channels. If you know how to use social media and listen to people who are actually credible and have genuine experience, then that can be a decent source of information as well. But wow, I cannot believe how shameless British and European media are being, and I don't think they have any credibility left. If you listen to mainstream media in the West, you need to check yourself.
Good point. Good point. Once again, thank you, Matt Backey, for sharing this with us. And then just my point is to highlight to you. So that's why I always say, be careful of what you listen to. There are some credible people out there. You know, take a listen. Listen to the other perspectives. This way you form your own narrative, not what the media is dictating. And I'm going to conclude with this because I reached my, we want above 1 hour here. So here's my conclusion for you. And my conclusion will be in terms of, I want you to see the big picture beside Iran, missiles and Khorramshahr and all that stuff. You think about this war, the Trump-Netanyahu attack on Iran. Here's the thing. It is aimed at distraction from congressional behind closed doors investigations of Trump himself, possible involvement with the Epstein pedophilia. It is also about Netanyahu's dream of annihilation Iran. It is also about Trump's attempt to hurt China's economy in favor of the US by increasing energy prices, disrupting supply chains, and most certainly more than that, about the defense contractor making billions out of the misery of other people. So far, and I'm going to conclude with this, so far, we are spending, the United States, spending $1 billion a day. So this is what I'm going to be addressing for you next time.
Funeral home director.
Like this is happening in Washington. And here is what Arakchi, the foreign minister of Iran, said in his interview about the invasion.
Afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes.
Yeah, hilarious.
Because we are confident that we can confront them, and that will be a big disaster for them.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality, even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said that we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, with any eventuality, any possibility, and we know that we can handle that.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you?
Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
Yeah, this is what he said. Go ahead.
What I like, Nima, is that ignorant NBC questioner. About the empire? You would doubt what Trump says about the empire's absolutely perfect military?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, they ought to put a picture in the dictionary, for the word dumbfounded. His picture would be, that captures it right in the moment.
Yeah. How much of what the concept of sending troops to Iran, and they were talking about, Kurdish terrorist group being used to invade Iran, all of that from Iraqi Kurdistan and all of that. How much of what is going on, this sort of, propaganda machine, I would say, because there is something in the mind of the Trump administration that they really feel that they can do something on the ground. What is your understanding of that?
Arashi's right, I think, essentially, in both the broad concept he suggested, Iran being ready, and also in the specific concept that he suggested, at least indirectly, that they can handle it. Let's take the Kurds first. The Kurds, in my experience, having dealt with them fairly extensively in Operation Provide Comfort, the end of the first Iraq war, if you will, are their own worst enemies, whether they're in northern Iraq, in Iran, in Syria, or in southeastern Turkey, they're their own worst enemies. In this case, were they to join, not only would they meet the helicopters that Russia sent in at the sort of last minute, but expressly for this purpose, and they would meet hell, they would also have Erdogan falling in on their rear to finally finish them off. So you want to invite Erdogan into this conflict in a way that he has thus far indicated he's not interested in. Do that, and make the Kurds anywhere near viable the way you arm them and so forth for exercises in Iran. And then the bigger issue is us. And if you're right about the split, then finally Rubio's right about something. Disaster, absolute disaster. He couldn't find enough amphibious bottoms, Nima, to mount a Marine invasion. That's about the only way we could do it, given the circumstances. And if they were sent, it wouldn't be any more than about 50,000. And I dare say they'd be swallowed up in very short time. And we would lose all those people, either to prison or death or some combination. Mobilizing the country even, we would face real serious consequences domestically. I don't think we could do conscription, that is have a draft, because lots of people would go to Mexico and Canada. I'm quite sure of that, having been on multiple campuses across the country over the last decade, conducting all volunteer force forum symposia from Ohio State to San Angelo State in Texas, to William and Mary, to Catholic University back here on the East Coast. We got a real register of how young people feel. Even those who were in ROTC programs at places like Ohio State, where one woman told us, I'm here, I'm sad to say, I'm really not here for my country, I'm here because it's free. And when we polled them on whether or not they would serve, it was overwhelmingly no. So that would be a tremendous problem. And even mobilizing, we don't have a mobilization apparatus to include a dependable selective service system. We don't have a capacity to mobilize. And you would have to, Nima, because we couldn't, even with the Army showing up. And at any given time, about 10 to 20% of the Army is non-deployable for whatever reason. Pregnancy, other reasons like that, they're non-deployable. So you might be able to put enough to last a week or two on the ground in Iran. That is if they didn't get decimated while they were landing. This isn't Desert Shield, Desert Storm. It simply isn't, where we took 6 months to test units, send them through the National Training Center and so forth, if they were reserve units, and tell them they couldn't go if they fail, and tell them they could go if they could. And Georgia had a brigade that failed. And Georgia's politicians were really angry with Powell because he wouldn't send them. We took the brigade from Texas instead because they passed at the National Training Center. So that kind of process just isn't in the works for this country in a way that it could be done in that previous time, Desert Shield, Desert Storm. We don't have the forces anymore, and we don't have the mobilization apparatus. And oh, by the way, the reserves are the most short people components of all our services, hospitals, nurses, doctors, dentists, you name it, we don't have them. It's a joke if you say we're going to go to ground war in Iran. It's a joke that would rebound on a lot of serious casualties almost immediately. So Rubio's right on this one.
Well, let me say, I disagree. I think it would be a great idea as long as, and this is the key caveat, Pete Hegseth is leading the column.
Yeah. with God on his side.
Yeah, no, just a big Target T-shirt on. No, look, I agree with everything Colonel Wilkerson said. I mean, this is absurd, ridiculous, but it's a sign of our desperation, because the air power thing's not working out too well. When you step back and realize that Iran, in a period of 6 days, has destroyed $5 billion worth of radar systems, completely blinded the United States and Israel. They had these two different types of radar. One was ANTPY and the other was ANFPS. And I mean, one of them cost between 500 million and $1 billion, and the others were $1 billion plus. 5 of them are dead, gone. So we're no longer getting early warning detection. They get about a minute warning. Whoops, incoming. They've done that. The Iranians have decimated the U.S. bases, at least 8 of them in the region, as well as gone after CIA infrastructure and offices. So despite all the happy talk, that's that same guy that worked for Zelensky up in Kyiv, that would come out and give the reports about, yeah, the Russians, they fired their missiles. We shot down 95% of them. That guy's now working down in the Persian Gulf. He's helping the Pentagon. He's helping Admiral Brad Cooper. Yeah, we decimated them. 90%. Yeah. Then how in the world did they blow up your $1 billion radar? Because we can see it's a drone that did it. In one case, you see the drone comes down, boom. Where was our highly vaunted air defense system? The gaslighting that's going on right now on the part of the Pentagon is, we've seen it before. We saw it in the first Gulf War. We saw it in 2003, and we saw it in Iraq with Operation Iraqi Freedom, or an Enduring Freedom and Iraqi, OEF and OIF and EIEIO. So, yeah, this is the delusion is strong right now in Washington.
Yeah.
By that, Epic Fury was a great selection of names, and this is going to be an epic, but not in the direction we intended.
Well, actually, with the EF could become Epic Fuck Up.
Yeah, that'd be more appropriate.
But there are people calling Epstein Fury.
Yeah, that's true too.
Colonel, I think one of the main objectives of this war, if it takes a long time to put an end to it, it would be ammunition, and which is one of the most important. Ammunition is the king of battlefield, as they call it in a war of attrition. And here is what Pete Hegseth said.
Shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases.
Yeah. Carl.
It's almost as if, Neiman, that a standard practice, and this includes the recently released job reports, which are now being blown out of the sky, of taking your weakness, focusing on it, and lying about that it is not a weakness. It's incredible the way they do this. I think they must have a gang of people that run around finding all the things that are seriously deficient, militarily, economically, or whatever, and then crafting the words they're going to hurl at the American people and ultimately at the globe that are lies to defeat that deficiency or the criticism that highlights that deficiency. It includes Epstein, of course, in a grand sort of way. But what he's talking about is pure poppycock. We have actually been out in the hustings, if you will, with teams trying to ascertain, and when I say we, it's RTX, it's Lockheed Martin, it's Grumman and others, trying to ascertain what could be done with regard to increasing production of various and sundry very critical items, one of which is Patriot air defense missiles. We have found a mixture of things out there, but one of the things we've found is there aren't the facilities to do it. The second thing we found, for example, in Arkansas, was a reluctance to do it because of the tech data packages having such strictures on them in order to keep the proprietary material husbanded by the main contractor, which has become a real practice of the 5 or 6 big ones, RTX, Lockheed, Grumman, and so forth. So it's not a sanguine picture out there, even if we could. And then on top of that problem is the problem of maybe 6 months to a year to increase production, even to what they used to call LRIP, low rate initial production, which is fairly low rate, as the name suggests. And to get to high production would take 18 months to 2 years. And we're talking about serious munitions like Tomahawks and other similar munitions. And we're also talking, I'm told increasingly, and Larry may know more about this than I had a little conversation with Doug about it, Doug McGregor. We're also going through precision-guided munitions so swiftly that we are now dropping iron bombs like we did in Vietnam. This is incredible that we're flying these $1 billion fleets of aircraft out there like F-35s and so forth, extended range F-15s and such, very expensive aircraft, and dropping iron bombs off of them if it's true. And I don't for a minute suspect that it's not true. We are running out of PGMs, in other words, which is probably the greatest advantage, increasingly becoming less so, but we have over other militaries in the world, is this incredible supply of PGMs, a lot of which are delivered from the pylons on an airplane of some sort or another. If that's true, then we really are in even deep kimchi with regard to this air war wonder that's going to win the conflict for us. I've also understood, and Larry may know more about this than I, that the Iranians learned from the Serbs back when Bill Clinton bombed them for 78 straight days. They have some cardboard cutouts out there. They have silhouettes out there. And that we have pilots from these $1 billion worth of aircraft like F-35s that, oh, by the way, are registering about a 42% operationally ready rate right now, something predicted by everyone criticizing the program all along. They are reporting these back as kills. They're saying, as they did in Serbia, they're saying, I got that one, I got that one, I got that one. Look at the telemetry on my airplane, look at the photos. And what they're killing is cardboard that might have cost $50 for the Iranians to assemble and put up. So a lot of lying going on, Nima, a lot of lying.
Yeah, Larry.
Yeah, it was shades of Vietnam. You know, the body counts that where the Pentagon got invested in putting out a story that it was killing a lot more Vietnamese than was actually the truth. You know, we keep hearing that the B-2 has been used and they've dropped bombs. You know, they've dropped bunker busters in Iran. Well, maybe they have, but what strikes me as odd is, remember after Trump did Operation, Midnight Fury or whatever the hell it was called last June, within 24 hours, we had satellite photographs, courtesy of the administration, saying, look, see, here's what we did. You can see the damage. We're not getting those now. So that's because if we're being effective and having the impact on Iran that we claim, show the photos. We're not seeing that. So it is. I did look up the JDAM production. We probably have. We're not running short of JDAMs. We are running short of THAADs. So the terrain high altitude area defense weapon, which those missiles are produced, 79 of them a year, to the tune of $12 to $13 million a piece. And I guess there was something like a total of nine or 10 units in the world, because they're only able to produce like one, maybe on a good year, two. Iran has already destroyed 3 of them in 1 week. So that's, they're down on that front. So even if they had missiles to shoot, they don't have the actual systems to launch. Again, this we keep mistaking our so-called technological superiority as a guarantee of victory. And I watched with Colonel Wilkerson yesterday. We were with Danny Haiphong, and we saw Pete Hegseth talk about, we got air superiority. We control the skies. And, I thought, well, gee, we controlled the skies over Iraq too. That didn't guarantee victory. We controlled the skies over Afghanistan for 20 years, for heaven's sake. How'd that turn out? So, just having air supremacy doesn't mean a thing unless you're going to put troops on the ground. And as Colonel Wilkerson so accurately described it, we don't have the manpower. We don't have the logistics train. Hell, how would you even get them in place to go into the country? Because this is no longer, 80 years ago in World War II on the eve of D-Day, where we could assemble troops in areas without the Germans being able to know exactly where we were and what we were doing. Because you didn't have is sophisticated ISR. Now, in the age of sophisticated ISR, you can't hide that. It's impossible. So the administration is going to be struggling, probably by the end of next week, because they will be depleted of Patriot missile battery, or the Patriot missiles, the PAC-3s. It looks like, in fact, they're already starting to go back to the old PAC-2 because they don't have any more PAC-3s. So there are shortages that will emerge in certain areas, and then you get let's call it the operational wear and tear. If you got these planes taking off and flying every day and doing a mission turnaround, air refueling, at some point you're going to have accidents, and you're just also going to have equipment failure. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, Nima, what I'm hearing, maybe not accurate, but what I'm hearing, and it comes from reasonably reliable sources, is that increasingly we are unable to deliver the ordnance from wing pylons except at distance. And so if you're going to deliver it at distance to minimize your exposure to whatever the Iranians might have, and the F-15s would not indicate that it's minimal, the destruction of the F-15s, you're not going to hit your target much of the time, even though the JDAM might make the Iron Bomb a precision-guided munition, ostensibly. We found this out in supporting the Saudis in the Yemen war, because the Saudi pilots were such brave people, they often would release them a little bit early, if you will. And what happens then is you have a dumb bomb at the end of trajectory, and you bomb hospitals and children's schools and buses with 48 kids on board and things like that, and leave the Raytheon insignia in the bus. So that's a problem. And then on top of that, I'm hearing also that we are, as Larry said, we're running out of these critical munitions that are going to essentially allow what is increasingly happening already, just from the attrition rate, more and more Iranian missiles of any category. And they haven't even used, I don't think, their very best yet on Israel. There's a reason old Bibi is flying around more than a flight steward or a flight attendant on a major airline. He doesn't want to be killed. And that's a very distinct possibility. They've already targeted a couple of places where they thought he was and completely destroyed him. He wasn't there because he's jonking all over the world. And I think Larry pointed this out on another podcast yesterday, but I'm hearing more and more, and I'm hearing from my British friends, that that was a false flag operation against the British in Cyprus or Greece, southern Greece, wherever it was. And they know that now. Starmer's not making any publication of it or anything, but it was. And so you've got some dissension going on in the British military staff about how to react to that, or whether to react at all. You got Farage headed for Mar-a-Lago to tell Trump, apparently, that he's all for the Mauritian deal with the Chagos Islanders to be allowing of U.S. use of Diego Garcia. And at the same time, you got Starmer saying, well, as long as it's defensive, I'm not for any offensive, but if it's defensive. And now they're using that attack in Cyprus as the reason to call it defensive and allow us to have use of Diego Garcia, which we now need, because we got our facility for vertical tube loading knocked out in Bahrain. This is, it's insanity what we're doing, and we're bringing our allies in and joining the insanity in some cases.
Larry, when it comes to the false flag operation, how did you find the attacks on Nakhchivan in Azerbaijan? And because there were some attacks, the Azerbaijani government came out and said that you have to be careful with that. And we had Aramco in Saudi Arabia as well being attacked. How do you see the whole concept of false flag? Is that in operation?
Oh, absolutely. Again, this is the desperation of Israel right now behind all of these. They want to get the reason for the attack in Cyprus is to try to get a NATO response. That they would declare an Article 5. The problem with that, though, you got to have unanimity, and the French and the Spaniards have already said, and I think Maloney as well, Nearly have said, no. This is we're not getting involved with this. Europe is going to be the one that's really going to be suffering sooner rather than later with this cutoff of the liquid natural gas out of Qatar, and as well as the cutoff of oil coming out of the Persian Gulf. So this is where Iran doesn't have to fire a shot other than launch a missile, anti-ship missile here or there. By controlling the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is going to be able to dictate terms of how this thing ends, I believe, because the economic consequences will become so great. But the other thing, the long-term damage this has done to Dubai and Doha. So Qatar and Doha and the United Arab Emirates with Dubai. These places have gotten built up over the last 25 years as sort of a great, if you will, party towns. The luxury living, and you get the finest food. No, you're not shoveling snow in the winter. Now they are this vulnerable. How would you like to be some guy that was investing, $5 billion in a property there? But you can't get there because the airports are closed. And then when you try to get out, you got to probably get in a car and drive, 800 miles to the south to Oman. Maybe you can get out through Muscat. So this is the fallout from this is significant. And then so that's why Israel recognizes its only way to try to survive this is to get NATO involved and to get maybe Azerbaijan. Look, Azerbaijan has been in bed with the Israelis for a long time. But what Iran is doing, they're not flailing. They're not like somebody that's in a bar fight just trying to hit everybody. They've actually, it looks to me like they've had a pretty well-organized plan as far as take out U.S. military assets, attack CIA positions at the various embassies, and most of the embassies, U.S. presence in the Gulf has been, they've shut down. So they're not active now. And the words coming out from that both the Saudis and the Qataris and Emiratis are saying, what the hell have you done to us, America? What? In fact, there was a letter, one of the billionaires in the United Arab Emirates sent a letter to Trump yesterday. My goodness. He was just ripping the skin off in terms of just, how dare you do this? Who said you could do this? And so I think the rumors are going to start pulling their money out, dumping treasuries and getting into gold, silver, or something else. But they're no longer going to be the piggy bank for Washington.
Yeah.
Nima, I was just thinking about something that Larry got in my head. We're talking about ground forces, just to drop this out there. Not Germany anymore, which used to have the largest U.S. ROM facility in the world, reception and onward movement. Kuwait had the largest facility and the most sophisticated facility, all because of Desert Shield. And then later, Rumsfeld's lesser attempt at the Second Iraq War, they still do. I wonder how that would fare if Iran were to target it. I don't know that they haven't already, but I suspect we evacuated a lot of the people from that because they're very vulnerable there. But if you didn't have that, you ain't going into Iran with ground troops unless you're going to assault the beach with Marines. And I've been there and done that planning. There ain't too many deep beaches you can do that on where you aren't so vulnerable that you get torn up before you even get a mile inland.
Yeah.
Larry, we're not hearing that much from inside Israel, that we don't know what is happening. A little bit of, no news coming out and talking about the devastation or the outcome of the Iranian missiles going into Israel. But here is a video in which one of the Israeli army soldiers attacking Netanyahu and telling him, enough of the war, all my friends are dead. And, you know, this is the first time the reality is hitting Israel the way that it wasn't, you know, happening before. And here is the footage of that.
Before you show that, Neiman, let me just say that.
Go ahead, Carl.
I was just going to say that I think it's been happening, perhaps to a lesser degree, but Netanyahu's been squelching it. It can't get out.
Yeah.
He has a hammerlock on the media inside Israel. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Larry, what do we know about what's happening in Israel due to these Iranian missiles going there? Because all we know, I know that the connection in Iran, they don't have the internet to be connected with the outside, but we see a lot of footages coming out of Iran.
Well,
in the case of Israel, it's the opposite way. You don't see anything coming out.
Yeah, and that's because of the effectiveness of the Iranian missiles. Because if, in fact, Israel was shooting down 90% of them, they'd be showing that. Because, man, how much more can you just rub it in Iran's face? See how much you suck. See how ineffective you are. Instead, the videos that are getting out show the exact opposite, that more than 90% of the missiles are getting through. Ted Postal sat down yesterday with Danny Davis, and it's a video footage where they're showing this new, Karamshir missile that is. They describe it as a cluster munition. I think it's MIRVed. It's a multiple independent reentry vehicles, little vehicles. So the warhead detaches about. They described it as 5 to 7 kilometers above ground. So, 3 miles above ground. It detaches and then releases all these other cluster munitions or bomblets, which each one carries an explosive punch. And then it drops out. It spreads out over an area. That's pretty remarkable. I did talk with Stanislav Krapivnik the other day. And so in Russia, they're actually getting access to some social media that's not available in the West. We don't get it here because of the ardent Zionists like Larry Ellison are shutting it down at TikTok. But he said Tel Aviv is getting the Gaza treatment, and so that's one of the other reasons they don't want the word to get out that Iran is actually inflicting so significant damage on Israel. But the difference is Israel's a tiny place. Haifa and Tel Aviv's got like 4.1 million people, and Haifa's got 1.3. If it's 5, so that means the other 2 million are scattered around Jerusalem and other parts of the country. But you got about 7 million people. So Iran doesn't have to worry about bombing over thousands of square miles, whereas the United States and Israel. Yeah, we can show we're pounding the hell out of Tehran. Okay. Tehran is only 3 times the size of Ukraine, 4 times the size of Iraq. And the reason I raise Ukraine is we've got 4 years of, actual footage of what the Russians have been unleashing in terms of missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, glide bombs, drones, and they've been making progress. But it illustrates there's no magic bullet that's just going to turn Iran's going to stop existing, and Israel's going to emerge triumphant. It ain't going to happen. It's just the opposite. It's much easier to destroy the infrastructure in a country where all you got to do. They got 2 ports, at least on the Mediterranean, Haifa and Tel Aviv. Once those are shut down, good luck with the economy. Where are you going to get the food and other things you need to subsist on?
And the third port, Eilat, on the Red Sea, it's or adjunct to the Red Sea, been closed by the Houthis for a while.
Yeah.
I would also point out that what's happening in European and in capitals here, Washington and specific, but I saw it in the New York Times too, that is coming out about that missile that Larry just well described. They're using cluster bombs. That's been, they're using cluster bombs. Those nefarious Iranians are using cluster bombs. And of course, it's coming out of Israel too.
Yeah, of course. And there's an international convention that the U.S. and Israel have not signed. So, yeah,
Because we find them so effective.
Yeah, nor has Russia. So, this is selective moral outrage.
Yeah. Kind of like the jobs report, Nima. The jobs report that comes out and gets amended a month later when no one's looking.
Yeah.
And we find out recently that the job have been going down, 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 down. Job creation is not looking very good in this country.
Yeah. Carol, how do you see Europeans getting involved in what's going on? And because you see France, Germany, United Kingdom, and Italy. And somehow Canada is so tricky. Every time he comes out, says something different. And he said, we're not going to be part of it. Then he said, I'm going to support it. What is your understanding of these countries?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think you have to look at the particular leader, and then you have to look at the polls. Like, for example, this business of Farage going to Mar-a-Lago to talk to Trump on a personal basis, he's going when 29 by the polls in Britain that I trust, and what I'm talking about really is England, but Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland too, to a certain extent. But in England, where they have their separate parliament, and really are to the demise or to the disdain of others like Scotland and Ireland, are really the big parliament. 29%. That's the support for this war in any fashion or form by English people. Why are they doing this? They're acting against their own political interests. Well, they're doing it, I guess, I'll be kind to them and say the special relationship, Tony Blair-like, but Tony Blair had a huge majority in the parliament. And even he feared going back for that second vote and barely got it on the second Iraq war. But the political situation in England, Great Britain to a certain extent, and Canada, and remember there's still that affiliation there, if not anything else, a natural affiliation, is strange, really strange. And it's similar in other countries in Europe, like Germany, where the population does not in any way, fashion, or form in polling support what's going on with their leadership, and yet their leadership persists in doing it. This is not politically sustainable, in my view, even in convoluted democracies like are in Europe now. And it's going to rebound ultimately to what I've said all along, NATO's done, and the transatlantic link is as fragile as it's been since World War II.
Yeah.
It's not just about NATO, Larry. It's I think many people are asking themselves what is happening in the mind of the Trump administration. I was watching the British media, all these countries, they don't know what is happening. They don't know what are the objectives of this attack and what is the timeline, how long does it take? And here is what Donald Trump said, considering the reality of what's going on the battlefield.
Once again, calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't.
Yeah.
Why would anyone on earth trust that man further than they could spit?
Yeah. Now, Iran has no reason to trust any promise out of Donald Trump's mouth, based upon the betrayal on a week ago, February 28th, Iran was expecting to be meeting with U.S. diplomats in Geneva on Monday, this past Monday, to negotiate an end, a potential end to this confrontation between the United States and Iran. Instead, we did a Japanese Pearl Harbor style attack on Iran. But this time, though, Iran was prepared for it, and Trump, this is going to destroy. This is in the process of destroying his presidency. The support for him has dropped dramatically, and the chaos that's unfolding. I don't know if you've seen, Jimmy Dore put out a great video of every time Trump in the campaign in 2024 was talking about not getting involved. In fact, it goes back to 2016 about the disaster of going to war in Iraq and how we can't do that. We need to stay at home, and then counters it with what Trump has been saying over the last 3 weeks. And Trump voters are moving on away from him, and it's not just a temporary alienation; it's permanent. You can't even look at Trump anymore without just being horrified at the embarrassment he has become. But he's malicious, and you saw when Tucker Carlson 2 days ago put out a very thoughtful video editorial about the disaster of going to war in Iran. And what did Trump do? He comes back and attacks Tucker personally, calling him stupid, calling him uninformed, and I'm kicking him out of MAGA. Oh, yeah, this guy's a child.
Yeah. Hey, Carol, there was a report in the Financial Times saying that the Arab states are revising their policy of investing in the United States. Somehow, maybe they want to get, some sort of sovereignty. I don't know if we can call it in terms of their economy, but there is something going on in the Middle East with Iran going and attacking all these bases, and they have been left without any sort of defense. And the United States didn't try to defend them because they were mostly focused on Israel and the attacks on Iran. And we've learned, on the other hand, that they tried to call with Vladimir Putin. How do you see the whole concept of the American bases in the Middle East, and the reality of what's going on?
I see it shifting majorly and objectively against our interests at a speed I never thought it would, other than perhaps something like the Arab Spring that would have been, rather than a failure, a success. That is to say, the area's people rose up and overthrew their autocratic governments. That didn't happen. I think we're not looking necessarily at that kind of prospect now, but we are, as you just intimated, looking at a prospect of a complete shifting of allegiances. And I wouldn't blame them a bit, because as you just reiterated, we're not doing anything. And it started with Qatar. It started when the Israelis actually attacked, probably with our foreknowledge, if not contemporary knowledge for sure, an ally. I think we had just declared them independent of the GCC, a major non-NATO ally too, something like that. So that started it for sure. There were already suspicions, I think, amongst the royals, but that started it really graphically, and now this has just augmented it majorly. I'd be looking for different places to store my sovereign wealth funds goods too, if I were they.
Larry, in your opinion, what is the biggest question in the mind of these Arab states right now in terms of their future, and how they want to see the reality of the Middle East, of the West Asia?
like what anybody would want in a relationship with a romantic partner. You want to know that they're only going to sleep with you, and you want to, and you also want to know that when you go to bed at night, they're not going to stab you or cut off some part of your body. So that's where we are with the United States. There's no trust. In the past, when the threat of war would break out, there was always a rush for security because, oh man, the U.S. Treasury, at least our money will be safe there. That whole mindset has changed now too. There is no longer trust and confidence in the United States, and if the rumors that are circulating that between the Saudis, Qataris, and the Emiratis that they're going to pull their money not only out of the United States, but remember they got suckered into this board of peace. Well, that board of peace, they're now beyond board, BORED, so they're going to move on from that, and I think that they recognize the future economically lies with Russia and China, not with the United States.
Yeah.
Neiman, let me just add to that a profundity of this, I think, and Larry's absolutely right. I don't think, people will say, well, get rid of Donald Trump. Just let's have a new administration. It'll all change back. I don't think so. The damage that Trump and his minions are doing, both domestically, which, unlike most Americans think, really does get read pretty closely by a lot of Europeans and others in the world. And overseas now with this last war, Epic Fury, is registering all across the globe. And I don't think, and this latest vote in the Congress, the somnolent, cowardly Congress, finally stood up and put forth a piece of legislation that would have at least slapped the president on the hand for disregarding the Constitution with regard to this war, was defeated not by a Republican MAGA dude, but by Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Democratic Party, certainly in the Senate, and I would say in the whole legislature. The world looks at that. We're not going to recover from this.
Larry, one of the main objectives of the Iranian attack on the Persian Gulf and the assets, American asset, was the offices of CIA.
Mm-hmm.
And how capable, how successful was that so far? Because from what we've heard before all of this happening, this madness happening, we've learned that Mossad has a lot of agents in Iran. Their CIA has, is receiving intelligence from Iran. And on the other hand, you see they're attacking schools, hospitals, squares, and stadiums. Someone would ask you, so where are all those intelligence? If they have some, why do they need to do this?
Well, they want to make sure that the Iranian soccer team doesn't compete in the World Cup. So that's why I blow up the stadium. It's not a legitimate military target. What I find interesting is, if you ask the average American, go to Dubai, go to Doha, and go to the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia and tell me where is the CIA station located? 99.9% of Americans go, I don't have a clue. Well, it looks like Iranian intelligence has been pretty busy and doing a pretty good job. They have, they were able to actually send drones to hit specific spots in the embassy that they knew was linked to the CIA. I think what is exposed for the CIA doesn't want to admit it. They're not going to be out talking about it in public. But, the fact of the matter is, it would seem that Iranian intelligence has a pretty good idea of where the CIA personnel are operating. And that means they know where they are. They got pictures. They're focusing on who's going in and out. This is, again, it's just another reminder that the United States likes to pretend that we're really powerful and all-knowing. But in fact, we are trapped. We're almost held hostage to our bureaucracy. And that bureaucracy is, because I was asked earlier today about the intelligence and why is President Trump not responding to good intelligence. And I reminded what happened to the head of DIA last, July 1st, after DIA had the audacity to come out and say, no, we did not obliterate the Iranian nuclear program. They dumped that guy. There was blowback on DIA. In March, we learned that two analysts who worked in the Bureau of Intelligence and Research who had written a dissent in a presidential daily brief. And the dissent was the CIA and Defense Intelligence Agency were claiming that the Russians weren't serious about the demands they made for ending the war in Ukraine, with a Putin speech specifically from June 14th, 2024. And the state INR analyst said, no, the Russia's dead ass serious about that, and they're not going to make any concessions. Trump reportedly got enraged, and those analysts were removed. So when you create an environment like that, who wants to be the guy that comes in and says, Mr. President, you don't have the military power to defeat Iran. Get rid of him. So everybody else comes in, they tell the king what he wants to hear. Mm-hmm. And that's how we get our ass handed to us.
I would just add that I think Larry's right. The CIA is blinded by bureaucracy. Mossad's blinded by bloody mindedness.
Yeah.
The two things go hand in hand.
Colonel Dana Bash had a conversation with Donald Trump, Dana Bash of CNN.
Right.
And she said that Donald Trump, it seems to me that Donald Trump, from what she said, Donald Trump is somehow delusional that the success he had in Venezuela by changing the government is going to continue with the case of Iran. And here is what Dana Bash reported.
I do want to tell you one other important thing that he discussed with me, and it was about a 5-minute discussion, and that is who the next leader of Iran will be. He told our colleague, Barack Ravid, yesterday that he had like 3 people in mind and that he wants to pick the person. And I asked him about that. I said, how's that going to work? And he said, it's going to work very easily. It's going to work like it did in Venezuela. We have a wonderful leader there. She's doing a fantastic job, and it's going to work like that. And I said, okay, but are you okay with having a religious leader again, a different Ayatollah? And he said, well, I may be. I mean, it depends on who the person is. I don't mind religious leaders. I deal with a lot of religious leaders, and they're fantastic. And then he went on to say, I'm saying there has to be a leader that's going to be fair and just, do a great job, treat the United States and Israel well, and treat other countries in the Middle East. They're all our partners.
Yeah. He's searching for impossible. He's searching, he's talking the way that he's talking about how capable he is to do that. It's unbelievable to me. How can someone go that far delusional?
Well, look, what happened in Venezuela, and I know this. This is not an opinion. I know this to be a fact. There were 3 insiders within the Maduro circle, security personnel, that betrayed him for the $50 million reward. There were a couple of Americans involved in they're in contact with them that brokered the contact that would also get they were also inspired, motivated by the money. That this was a complete sellout. The real news is, and maybe a reporter will break this in the next week or so, Trump welched on the reward. The people who thought they were going to get the reward, they've been stiffed. So, yeah, no, look, Trump is just, he's out of touch with reality. And he believes his own nonsense. This is where we get back to talking about confabulation, where you say things that you really believe are true, even though they're not. And it's one of the early signs of dementia.
Yeah.
There are reports out there too, perhaps Larry can confirm or deny this, that there were 3 individuals, that number was right, I think, that were sort of hand-picked, and we killed them.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard that. They're still alive.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
They want their money,
No, I don't mean in Venezuela. I mean in Iran.
Oh, in Iran.
Yeah, there were 3 people we had our eyes on and apparently had contact with that were maybe perhaps leaders in the clearly nascent democracy movement in Iran, and we killed them in our
Yeah.
body.
Well, yeah, we are bombing the neighborhood in northern Tehran, which has been a neighborhood where a lot of the anti-regime people live. I know. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to have to bail out on you.
Thank you so much, you two, for being with us today. Great pleasure, as always.
Okay. Hey, when I see you next, let's improve that shirt there.
So, with Iraq, it is especially painful because I'm not bragging here, but I was uniquely qualified, maybe not because of brains or anything like that, but because of the resume. I mean, through serendipity, I actually was somebody who invented the concept of arms control. I was the first weapons inspector on the ground in the Soviet Union implementing the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. Not because I was the best, I was the first. I always tell people there's a couple ways you could become an expert. You can actually go to school, study, and be really smart, or just be the first person to ever do something. And therefore, by the benefit of being the first, you're the only, and you're the best. So I helped write the book on on-site inspection. I helped create this notion of human presence for compliance verification. And I did it in an intelligence framework. I got a couple commendations from the director of the CIA for my work. I was well regarded. I fought during Desert Storm. I was on General Schwarzkopf's staff. I had what they call a good war, which means I didn't get killed. And the stuff that I did was contributed. I was accurate in my assessments. I'm very proud of the fact that I've been very accurate in my assessments. Presidents of the United States have listened to me. Secretary Generals have listened to me. 4-star generals have listened to me. And so here I go and I become a chief weapons inspector in Iraq. I was brought in to head up the intelligence capability. I built an intelligence unit in the United Nations that never existed before. And we were the best. We were the best in the world. The entire world came to us about information about Iraq. So when I resigned and was protesting against the lies being told by the U.S. government, I felt that this should be the easiest case in the world to make. I mean, there was no one more qualified than me to make this case. And I made the case with all the facts I had available to me, which turned out to be 100% correct. Why not? I was the guy who was doing the job. So, of course, I'm going to be accurate in reporting what we did.
Yeah.
But I wasn't able to convince people. I wasn't able to convince the government. I wasn't able to convince the American people. And this weighs on me. It weighs on me every day. People may not realize this, but, I was against the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Anybody studies my resume, you saw that I was dead set against it. But when it became clear that we were going to go into Iraq, I was at that time out of active duty. I called the prior service recruiter and I said, please bring me back on active duty. He said, why would we bring you back on active duty? I said, because I can save Marines' lives. I know Iraq better than anybody out there. There's nobody who knows Iraq better than me. I've been to Iraq. I've been everywhere in Iraq. I can help save Marines' lives because that's my number one priority. I care about the Marine Corps. I care about Marines. I don't want them to die in a war that they don't need to be fighting in. Now, the Marine Corps was happy about that. The CIA said no, so I didn't get an opportunity to go off and do that, which is probably good. I was a little long in the tooth and soft in the belly. Wasn't quite the Marine I used to be at the time. But the point is, I don't do this for gratification. I don't do this to look in the mirror and say, man, I'm really good. I do this because it's the right thing to do. And as an intelligence officer, it's my job to tell the people who matter what the truth is, to lay the facts out.
And in this case, I always have to ask myself, could I have done it better? Is there something I could have done better? I take no pride in getting it right, because getting it right got it wrong. Getting it right for me, it looks good on the pages of history. But the reality is thousands of Americans died because our leadership didn't do the right thing. And so I don't sit there and pat myself on the back. I wrestle with it. What could I have done differently? Was I too egotistical, too insistent on my facts, unwilling to compromise and debate? Could I have approached this differently, sold it less forcefully? So that
I can tell you as a somewhat lesser whistleblower myself, I can confirm to you that there was nothing you could have. These people were hell bent, and there would be a war. If Jesus Christ himself came down, I swear to you, I'm saying this literal, that would not have swayed anybody, because you had all the evidence and all the facts out there, and they were self-evident. But it just didn't matter because they didn't want the facts. In fact, they wanted you hidden, and they wanted you discredited, et cetera, because they wanted anyone discredited because of that. So there's nothing you could have done there. And I totally get the issue about not patting yourself on the back for being right because of the consequences, but you were right. And so that is one of the reasons we are happy to have you on today. And Gary, were we able to find that one for Witkoff I was looking for a second ago?
Just to give you a little bit of a taste for how these three days of negotiations went, 3 separate times. Jared and I opened up with the Iranian negotiators telling us they had the inalienable right to enrich all their nuclear fuel that they possessed. That's how they opened up. We, of course, responded that the president feels we have the inalienable right to stop you dead in your tracks. They then went on to say that beyond the inalienable right to enrich, that was going to be their starting point. And Jared and I just sort of looked at ourselves flummoxed and said, well, we're really in for it now.
Yeah.
The reason...
Revolutionary salute to our brother Armand Demons for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate that love. Soldier salute.
Why I play that soundbite there is because while history doesn't repeat, it rhymes, as they say. And to me, when I hear him say this, and then you hear Foreign Minister Arakchi, who was on the other side of that table during that, and when you hear the Omani foreign minister characterize what they view that last 6 hour meeting, where he said they were flummoxed, the other side came out saying, well, what you told us, we thought we had the outlines of a deal, that we would have avoided war altogether. As someone who's been in this similar situation here, and as an intelligence analyst, what can you say about those two contrasting visions?
Well, first of all, we have to understand that, when Donald Trump sent Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to Oman to negotiate, he sent his two most highly qualified people. I mean, Jared has his PhD in nuclear physics, and wait a minute, he doesn't. He's a corrupt real estate broker. And Steve Witkoff doesn't know anything about nuclear weapons or nuclear enrichment either. He's a corrupt real estate broker. And they work for a corrupt real estate broker. I mean, we're already behind the curve here when we have these two people representing, because they have no idea what they're talking about. When the Iranians said they have an inalienable right to enrich, it's Article 4 of the Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty, which, because it hasn't been walked away yet by this administration, continues to be the supreme law of the land. I remind people that constitutionally, when we have a treaty that's been signed by the president, ratified by the Senate, it is the supreme law of the land. The supremacy clause of the Constitution. For all you people out there that say you're proud Americans and you're MAGA and all this, we are a constitutional republic where the Constitution is the only thing that matters. And so right off the bat, these negotiators are showing their absolute ignorance. The president has no inherent right to do anything except what the Constitution allows him to do. He doesn't get to go around and say, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this. And so we went in there not being honest about what our intent was. We brought people whose job wasn't to succeed, but to fail. Now, the Iranians and the Omanis, on their hand, were looking to succeed. Let's remember what they started off with. We have 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium hexafluoride. That's what they said. Now, if I were Kushner and Witkoff, I would have looked at it and go, whew, okay, they've admitted to having it. So now what we need to do is get it. We need to get the Iranians to turn this over to us. We need to get this diluted down so that we eliminate the immediate threat of nuclear weapons, which is what the president told us publicly what he wants to do. I would have been relieved at that point in time. I would have said, we have a chance now. We have a chance. And then that's what the Iranians and the Omanis did. They agreed to the procedures in which this 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, which is only 2 cycles of enrichment through 164 centrifuge IR8, IR9 cascade, which the Iranians have, to becoming 92%, which is what makes fissile material for nuclear weapons. So here was our chance to actually get rid of this stuff, to do what the president said he wanted to do, to deny Iran a pathway to a nuclear bomb verifiably. Because the other thing the Iranians agreed to at the time wasn't just the return of IAEA inspectors, international inspectors, but they would be accompanied by American inspectors. For the first time in the inspection history of the Iranian nuclear program, American inspectors would be allowed on the ground to verify what the Iranians said. This is the biggest victory in arms control one could imagine if this president was serious about arms control. But the fact is, the day he initiated these negotiations was the day after he agreed upon the date to attack Iran with Benjamin Netanyahu when he visited us. They had already made the decision. We lied. And again, I just want to remind people, these details are important. Perfidy is a war crime. Okay, perfidy, that hiding behind a flag of truce, is a war crime. Not only have we carried out an illegal war of aggression, and again, Justice Jackson, who is the prosecutor at Nuremberg, has said that he's the guy who prosecuted the German war criminals, hung several of them. The greatest war crime is the crime of an illegal war of aggression, because from that, all other crimes emanate. The United States has just committed an illegal war of aggression, a surprise attack. How many people out there on December 7th hang your head and say a prayer for those who perished in Pearl Harbor when the Imperial Japanese fleet carried out a surprise attack? A day that will live in infamy, President Roosevelt said, and a day that should live in infamy. Well, we just trumped that, because what we did is, under the flag of truce, carried out a surprise attack against Iran that assassinated Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. Now, for the people out there who aren't familiar, he is Iran is an Islamic republic. The supreme leader is the head jurisprudent. They call it the Vilayati Faqih. He's the head jurisprudent of the faith. He is the equivalent to Twelver Shia, which is a faction of the Shia faith, the major faction in Iran, Iraq, and elsewhere, of the Pope for the Catholic Church. So this is like us carrying out a surprise attack against the Vatican to kill the Pope. This is like the Archbishop of Canterbury for the British. We just killed him. It's like Kirill, the head of the Orthodox Church for the Russians. We just killed him. We killed a major religious figure that resonates deeply with these people, because they are, after all, the Islamic Republic. This is the man who issued a fatwa. Remember, President Trump says he doesn't want a nuclear bomb. This is the man who issued the fatwa, which has been recognized not only by Barack Obama when he signed the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, back in 2015, where he recognized that we recognize Iran has a religious fatwa or edict that prohibits them from developing nuclear weapons, and we take this seriously. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence for Donald Trump, made the same statement before Congress, and she mentioned the fatwa. She said, there's a fatwa. We have seen no political move by the Iranians to reverse this fatwa. Therefore, there's no evidence of them pursuing a nuclear weapon. The guy who issued the fatwa in 2003 and kept it relevant, we murdered, we killed. And now they replaced him with somebody who says, maybe that fatwa is not all it was. And guess what the Iranians have today? 450 kilograms of uranium hexafluoride enriched to 60% that they can, within a matter of 2 weeks, turn into uranium metal rich to 90%, which can be used to produce 5 to 10, 15 to 20 kiloton nuclear bombs, the size of those we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that can be put into warheads mounted on the Fatah 4 missile, which is now operational, striking Israel as we speak. The weapon that we said we don't want them to have, we just opened the pathway for them to have. This,
by the way, we just had, just before you came on here, we had Ambassador Chaz Freeman, who went further than John Mearsheimer has previously on our show, saying he doesn't understand why they haven't. Chaz Freeman said he now thinks they will. Where do you fall on that?
100%. We know that there was a lot of pressure placed on Ali Khamenei, and starting in the fall of 2024, and all, the people around him were saying the Israelis and the Americans are getting ready to attack us. This will be a war of existential survival for Iran. We need nuclear weapons to deter them. And Ali Khamenei said, no, under no circumstances. I met with the Iranian president in September in New York City, and I asked him that question. I said, is your ballistic missile deterrence capable of actually preventing these nations from attacking, or do you need to have a nuclear weapon? He said, we don't want a nuclear weapon. We believe our missiles are enough. But moreover, he said, we're prohibited from even thinking about it because of this fatwa, Ali Khamenei. But Khamenei was under a lot of pressure. And what happened is some certain of the Ayatollahs did get him to admit that if the Islamic Republic of Iran is under existential threat from powers who possess nuclear weapons, then the fatwa can be done and it will be religiously acceptable to produce nuclear weapons as a way of preserving the Islamic Republic in the face of this nuclear threat. Today, we have nuclear-armed Israel and nuclear-armed United States attacking Iran with existential desires. So we've just literally created justification. If the Iranians couldn't have asked for a bigger favor from us, because if there was people in Iran that wanted a nuclear weapon, what was preventing them was a fatwa issued by the supreme leader. We killed the supreme leader. And the fatwa, there were conditions set where it could be overcome, and we created those conditions. And now we've empowered them. Moreover, we've proven that there is no diplomatic path out of this, because regardless of what Iran may want to do, the United States and Israel can never again be trusted, ever, across the board. And every American should be ashamed.
I mean, aside from just the practicality of what you just said, there's also the literal letter that Trump wrote today on Truth Social saying that there would be no negotiated settlement and only unconditional surrender is now on the table. What does that do to the move that you just described?
Well, it means that the United States will have to unconditionally surrender to Iran when we lose this war, because we are going to lose this war. We can't win this war. We don't have a plan. Our plan changes every 24 hours. We don't have the ammunition. That's proven. I mean, Hegseth and Trump can talk about unlimited ammunition, but we're literally talking about, gravity bombs. Up until now, the weapons we've been using are standoff munitions. We have a finite number of them, and we're running out of them. And when we run out of them, we're going to have to put our airmen at risk, because now instead of being able to stand off and strike targets, we're going to have to close with the targets, which means we have to bring in the wild weasels, clear out enemy air defense, and we're going to put people at risk. Anybody who thinks that claiming air supremacy means we don't lose anybody, look at the Gulf War, look at Desert Storm. We were losing aircraft up until the very last moments of that war, because even if we had air superiority, we don't have air supremacy as long as there's any means left to defend. And when you force airplanes to close with the enemy, they are vulnerable to being shot down. So this president is going to put American lives at risk because we didn't think this war out. But air defense is the big problem. The Iranians have shown a proclivity to destroy the totality of our Middle East infrastructure. Colonel, I don't know how many THAAD batteries we deployed into the region, the THAAD being the more advanced of our air defense system. So that's probably a classified number. What I do know is that there's photographic evidence that 5 radars associated with THAAD batteries have been destroyed by the Iranians. The Iranians are precisely picking us apart. They're taking us apart piece by piece by piece. They took out our early warning eyes in Al Udeid, $1.1 billion early warning radar, gone. They've taken out other radars. They destroyed 5 THAAD batteries, which I believe, and I wrote this earlier, is the maximum number we have deployed in the region. So our THAAD is no longer operational outside of Israel. And they are now picking us apart, destroying there are people who are saying the amount of destruction done to American military infrastructure is the greatest in the history of the United States, that outside of the Civil War. Nobody has ever inflicted this much harm on the United States. Nobody has attacked American military installations to this degree. And the Iranians are just picking us apart piece by piece by piece. They're using intelligence provided by the Russians and the Chinese that specifically identify locations, and they have the weapon systems that are able to strike these locations, and we don't have the ability to defend ourselves. So ask yourself, who's winning this war? The trajectory is in favor of Iran.
I can tell you, if you ask an Israeli General Zamir, he thinks we are. Watch this.
I am in continuous contact with my American counterparts, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, General Dan Kane, and the commander of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper. We are fighting based on shared interests and values. In this war, shoulder to shoulder, they are true friends. Through coordinated action, we are stripping the regime of its military capabilities and bringing it to strategic isolation and a point of weakness in which it has never been before.
Yeah, so pretty much game over. I mean, you saw the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is like said, yeah, they're toast. We are definitely winning, and boy, you ain't seen nothing yet. He said yesterday, much more is coming. What do you say to that?
Well, I believe much more is coming. I believe we'll continue to drop bombs on Iran. I think we're going to continue the video of things blowing up. I saw in your resume, Colonel, that you were a participant in Operation Desert Storm. So you know full well that we blew up a lot of infrastructure in Iraq as well. I was one of the people to help design the Strategic Air Campaign, and I monitored it as a battle damage assessment officer. And then I went into Iraq afterwards as a weapons inspector and visited all the places that we blew up, all the places that were in our target package. And what I found is that we blew up a lot of buildings. I was told by an Iraqi general, very senior Iraqi general, he said, Mr. Scott, you guys are really good at blowing up buildings, really good. He said, and we're pretty good at pouring concrete. And he said, the thing is, when you blow up the buildings, they're all empty. But when our concrete cures, we put everything back in and we're back in business. And that's what happened to us after Desert Storm. We didn't destroy anything. I'm just here to tell you that straight up. We blew up everything and we destroyed nothing. I can guarantee you right now, this is a war that the Iranians have been preparing to fight for over 20 years, since Dick Cheney threatened to invade them back in 2005. And they have broken their country into 12 autonomous military districts, and each one of these has been preparing. They've been going underground. Firdos, the enrichment facility that Trump bombed, Operation Midnight Hammer. That place wasn't carved out to put in centrifuges. That was part of over 100 different places prepared around Iran to evacuate material. So that when they think they're going to be attacked, sensitive material is evacuated. This one was converted to be used as an underground enrichment facility. But around Iran are hundreds of others that are there to receive all of the precision equipment, all of the production equipment, all the sensitive stuff that's very difficult to replace, very expensive, is now in hiding. We're blowing up empty facilities, and we will continue to blow up empty facilities. And then we pretend that it's victorious, that we're doing some great stuff. We're not. We're not doing anything. And I also want to remind people, if you study history, just take a look at a simple thing. Messerschmitt fighter production in Nazi Germany during World War II. And then plot the number of Messerschmitt fighters built by the Germans in 1942, then in the 1940s, and then overlay the strategic bombing campaign. And what you see is the more we bombed, the more fighters were produced, because the better the Germans got to adapting to our bombing. Bombing doesn't accomplish anything unless it's attached to sound targets. And we saw, tragically, with the murder of over 170 schoolgirls on the first day of the war, that we have no idea what we're hitting. We used a target deck that's dated 15 years, and we had nobody. Where's the intelligence officer whose job is to go through that target deck and vet it to make sure we have the most up-to-date information, that we're not bombing targets based upon 15-year-old intelligence? I did this in 1985 when I went through the war plan for the amphibious assault against Bandar Abbas and Chabahar. I had to go through each target, because it was my job to do, and go, this is dated information, update the information, vet each target to make sure that we have the most valid, updated information to justify this target still being in the target deck, and to ensure that when we bomb the target, we get the results we want. People need to understand that by bombing that school, we have destroyed our credibility, not only in Iran, but around the world. Again, we are mass murderers. We, the people of the United States of America, are citizens of a nation that has carried out an illegal war of aggression with no legal authorization, an act of perfidy, and mass murder. There's no justification out there at all for murdering 170 schoolgirls.
And Scott, as it turns out, though, I hope I don't give you any PTSD with what's about to come up here, but we are looking to replicate exactly what happened in that war there by convincing American people that this is not only justified, but it's like a moral imperative. And one of the people they trotted out from the 2003 war.
The most important thing is to recognize that Iran has been at war with us for at least 47 years, all the way from 1979. People may forget. They took our embassy hostage 444 days. They were responsible for the killings of 300 plus Marines in Lebanon in the early 1980s. If you ask people about Iraq, what was the source of many of our casualties in Iraq, you'll get estimates as high as 75 or 80% of them were due to Iranian-made roadside bombs. If it is trying to deny them a conventional umbrella for their nuclear ambitions, that is a worthy goal. Now, what comes after? People are, of course, concerned about that. But if you can render Iran essentially incapable of military action against us and against our allies, that's worthy. And I think what they're trying to do is to neuter Iran as a military power in the region.
You know, it's strange to me that when we're trying to sell a war, we're going to bring somebody out who is known to have sold a fraudulent war in 2003. And there was I think it was yesterday, we had a soundbite from an Israeli general who was citing Tony Blair from the 2003 war as another way to justify what we were doing here. And I'm thinking, that's just weird on its own. But let's get to the substance of what she said there. Do you believe that this is an imperative? And because the Iranians have killed all of us before, all we have to do is take away their military capacity now?
I hope I made it clear to your audience that when I said that I was going to, I apologize, a school bus is pulling up in front of my house. My dogs are going crazy.
My dog does the same, so I got
they
it.
do. So hopefully I'll stop barking soon. But when I said that I was willing to go back on active duty, I was willing to go on active duty not because I supported that war, but because I support Marines. I want to keep Marines alive. And so no one can ever make the case that I would ever articulate anything that could bring harm to my fellow Marines, to soldiers, sailors, the Coast Guard, anybody. American life is sacrosanct. I'm an American patriot, and I will do what I can to preserve the lives of my fellow Americans. But we also have to be realistic here. With all due respect to Condoleezza Rice, who is a war criminal, by the way, she was part of the cabal that led us into the last illegal war of aggression that we waged before this one, which was the illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq. No justification under international law or domestic law. Unlike Desert Storm, again, I just want to remind people, because law is very important. Desert Storm, we had a Chapter 7 resolution passed by the Security Council that authorized the use of military force, and the United States Congress passed a war resolution before the bombs fell that gave us congressional authority to do this as well. So everything we did in Desert Storm may not have been wise, but it was definitely legal. Nothing we've done in Iraq in 2003 was legal, and nothing we're doing to Iran today is legal. In 1979, the takeover of the U.S. Embassy didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened because the CIA was working hand in hand with SAVAK, which was the secret police arm of Reza Shah Pahlavi, and they were committing horrific crimes against the people of Iran. And the people of Iran rose up and they took over the embassy. I'm not in favor of that. I wish they hadn't taken the embassy. But to pretend that it happened in a vacuum, that people just woke up one morning and said, hey, what can we do to really get America? No, it woke up because they were furious at the United States, because they were furious at how we had worked with the SAVAK to torture Iranians, that we were giving safe haven to Reza Shah Pahlavi, who had cancer, and he was in the United States. And the Iranians said, no, you got to get him out here, back here to be accountable to us. So they took the embassy. One of the things is the CIA was shredding documents back then. That's before we had cross shredders. And so we had these long strips of 1/8 inch shredded paper. And these students actually pulled out the burn bags that didn't get burned and put all those documents back together, and they published them. And it proves just how bad we were. So when you want to sit there and say that Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years, I would make the counter argument. The United States has been at war with Iran for even longer than that, because you know who put the Shah in power? We did. How? Through a CIA-orchestrated coup that removed Mossadegh from power in 1953, the constitutionally elected prime minister of Iran. We removed him from power using a CIA coup. We installed this fake Shah, who then, with American backing, butchered the Iranian people until he was removed from power by the Islamic Revolution. What happened in Beirut? Dead set against it. But ask the Marines who were there. They know that we chose sides. We walked into a civil war-like environment, and we chose sides. We started shelling people. We started intervening. We became the enemy, and then we cry when we get treated like an enemy. I don't want those Marines dead. I don't want them dead at all. I want them alive. But the best way to have kept them alive is to keep them out of Lebanon. We put them in a place where they shouldn't have been, and then they paid the ultimate price. Don't blame us when people choose to defend their homeland using the means necessary. Everybody talks about the American Revolution. Of course, we hid behind trees and we hid behind bushes and to shoot at the British redcoats marching in there, because that's the way we had to fight. What do you want people to do when they have to go up against the battleship New Jersey, when they have to go up against aircraft carriers, when they have to go up with Marines with helicopters and everything? You want them to line up and say, kill us, or you want them to use the tactics necessary to achieve the results they want, which is the eviction of Marines from their territory? Again, I don't want Marines dead, but we shouldn't have been there. And then we come down to the toughest one of all, because there's a lot of veterans out now. They're going to get really mad at me. I don't care. I don't care if you get mad at me now, because I'm going to tell you the awful truth. If you were in Iraq in 2005 and you got hit with an explosively formed projectile that had been provided to the Shia of southern Iraq, Muqtada al-Sadr's people, by al-Quds force, Soleimani and the Iranians, and it killed your comrades, wounded other people, you shouldn't have been there. You do know that you illegally invaded and occupied a sovereign state, that there was no justification for you being there whatsoever. And the people who resided in that country didn't want you there, and they resisted you. Now, what would you do if a foreign power invaded your hometown, kicked in your door, took your family out, lined them up in the streets? Your younger brother came down a little too fast, so the guy shot him because I felt threatened. You don't belong there. We didn't belong in Iraq. We illegally invaded and occupied that nation, and the people who lived next door to them, co-religionists, supported the resistance. It was a resistance movement, and we paid the price. We shouldn't have been there. Do I want any Marines and any soldiers to have died in that? Absolutely not. I wish they were all home doing the right thing, training for a legitimate conflict, one where a real threat. This was a war of choice in Iraq. A war of choice. We didn't need to be there.
And can I just say that, I'm sure that you'll probably resonate well with this one as well. It's hard for me to hear those arguments that she made there about the EFPs and all the stuff that we suffered there. And a lot of it is legit, but that probably number 600 probably is close to being right. But I got to think, what in the world? How do we point a finger at Iran and say that they're worthy of death when we do it on a 4 years basis in Ukraine against the Russians for the purpose of killing Russian soldiers? We are doing on an industrial scale what you're saying they did on a moderate scale, and it just
we lost
troubles
600 soldiers. I think is an accurate number. I wouldn't dispute that number. We are responsible. We, the United States, are responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Russian soldiers because of what we provided to the Ukrainians. And remember, that war started when we instigated a coup in 2014 and replaced the legitimate government of Ukraine with Ukrainian nationalist movement that had been supported by the CIA since 1948. If you guys want to get into history lessons with me, I'll be more than happy to do it.
I bet you can.
I want to get to the Russia-Ukraine here, but again, the facts are on my side.
Yeah.
I'm
going to get to the Russia-Ukraine thing here in a second, but I want to hit another topic that you brought up already a little bit about where we are right now. And you talked about how that was an illegal war. You've talked about how other things we've done have been illegal. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, yesterday went to pains to say, okay, no, this deal is totally legal. In fact, we are over compliant with the law.
So we've over complied with the law and what it requires. This is an action by the president to address a real threat. This is hostilities designed to eliminate a threat to the safety and the security of the United States and to our allies.
I almost hear a little Donald Rumsfeld in my ear, but anyway, what do you say to that?
Well, again, I've studied law. He's what he's saying over compliant. He's talking about the War Powers Act of 1973 and any subsequent modifications that have been made by the United States Congress. This is basically where Congress punted on its constitutional responsibilities and has given the President of the United States the ability to engage in military action if there's an imminent threat to the United States of such a scope and scale that he can't go to Congress. So Congress is saying, okay, we're going to let you go to war for 45 days, maybe 90, maybe up to 180 before you have to come to us and get permission. But it has to be an imminent threat. So here's where Marco Rubio falls apart. The threat cited is Iran's nuclear weapons program. As defined to Witkoff and Kushner, which they apparently took seriously, it wasn't a nuclear weapons program. meaning that the 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium hadn't been turned into something that could be a weapon. Moreover, we were engaged in a negotiating process, an ongoing negotiating process that the Iranians had not walked away from, and they were negotiating in good faith. So there's literally no case that can be made under any notion of the War Powers Act that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States. Insofar that it has been articulated as such, it's that Iran was preparing. I mean, if you remember initially, we had to preempt the Iranians who were seeking to attack us. Well, then the Pentagon had to come to the Congress and admit, nah, actually the Iranians weren't going to attack first. We know they weren't going to attack first, but what they were going to do is that when Israel attacked them, they were going to strike back at us. So therefore, we had to join Israel in attacking them to preempt their response. Marco Rubio, this is the problem. We don't know our own laws. I mean, this is the easiest thing. If you're
do you think is we don't know our laws, or we just don't care about our own laws? Which is
we don't care about our laws. Again, I've been told by my wife, don't read the comments. Don't read the comments. So I'm doing my best to comply with her desires. But I just see so much ignorance in there. But people who I can guarantee you right now, if I gave you a test of the Constitution, you would fail. If I asked you what Federalist 10 was, you would have no idea. You wouldn't know who wrote it. You wouldn't know what they were talking about. You wouldn't know its relevance to the current situation, nor would you know about Federalist 51. These are foundational documents that the Supreme Court relies upon when they study constitutional issues that are brought before them. Issues that pertain to separation of powers, issues that pertain to the importance of the constitutional republic functioning as it is. Marco Rubio's words prove that this constitutional republic is not functioning the way it should be. We are a nation that has lost its moral compass. We are a nation that has been taken over by a literal cult of personality. Prove me wrong. We have a president who says, I don't believe in the rule of law. I believe in my own personal moral compass. That's an impeachable offense right off the bat. There's no reason why he should be president after that. No Congress worth its salt would tolerate a president saying that. He has said before the World Economic Forum, I am a dictator. Well, gosh, I can't disagree with that. It's one of the few honest things he said. And we have a Congress that is punted. When you have the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, saying, oh, no, this isn't a war. It's a defensive operation. This is a defensive series of defensive things that are defensive in nature. Dude, we attacked them. It wasn't defensive. We attacked them. An illegal
war. You can't give out a declaration of unconditional surrender from the president of the United States in a non-war situation. I mean, it's so absurd. It's just hard to even get your head around. And yet, that is what we're saying. It's so bizarre. It's just I can't even hardly get my head around that it's reality.
No, again, Colonel, I wake up every day just pinching myself, hoping this is all just a nightmare. Because I know you love your country. I follow you. I listen to you. I respect everything you say. And I know you love your country. Our country. We love our country. And that's what the people need to understand. This isn't President Trump's country. The Constitution doesn't say the President of the United States. It says we, the people of the United States. We, the people of the United States. It's our country, our document. It's everything we're supposed to stand for. And yet we're standing by passively allowing this cabal to just lead us down this path of destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to lose this war. We have already lost this war. If this is a war of regime change, and it was supposed to be precipitated by the murder of Ali Khamenei on day one, what were we supposed to do?
We're going to fail to achieve the objectives. And so by definition, that is a loss.
That's a loss. And now we don't know what the objective is. What is our objective now? Unconditional surrender of a nation that's kicking our ass? Okay.
Yeah. We went from an incredibly hard set that he laid out on the first day of the war to something that's virtually impossible with no ground force, with no army. You can't compel compliance. But I don't want to go back to repeat all that.
Because you brought this up. Okay. I'm glad the president now says that he's not going to send ground troops because that's reflects reality. You were in Desert Storm. I see old Ironsides up there. Okay. I assume that you were in Desert Storm with old Ironsides.
I actually served in old Ironsides in 2000s, but I was with the 2nd U.S. Cavalry in Desert Storm.
Well, you were with the ground force, so you know what a tip fiddle is. You know what Okay, and you know what it takes to move ground forces. You're probably of an age where you participated in some reforgers.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So, there was a time, ladies and gentlemen, where we had, 300,000 American troops in West Germany. And in the space of 10 days, we could fly in 250,000 reinforcements who would marry up with prepositioned equipment and leave and be ready to fight the Soviet horde coming across the border. That's what we trained for in the Cold War. I was in the Marine Corps as a junior officer doing the exact same training. But it doesn't happen by accident. It happens because you train, and you have the equipment prepositioned, etc. Today, it takes, if old iron, I don't need, is old Ironsides even up and running nowadays? I don't know.
Yeah, we still have it. Yeah.
Because I know we've shut down a number of armored divisions. But let's say we wanted to move a heavy brigade of old Ironsides from its base in the United States to Europe to participate in the rotational forces of the heavy brigades. They need a 6-month advance notice. Then they need another 3 months to make the deployment, 9 months under peacetime conditions. When you landed in the Middle East, the ports weren't under attack. The airfields weren't under attack. You were able to come off, join up with your equipment, and in a very controlled, non-violent fashion, move to your assembly area and begin the war, everything
100%.
all up. If you tried to do that today, you're not going to make it. There's no ports we can go into. There's no airfields we can land at. And when we get on the ground, we'll be hit by drones. We'll never be able to assemble. And we don't have the force structure. We do not have the ability to put 500,000 boots on the ground today in that theater.
We also don't have
military
500,000 boots on the ground.
Bingo. So
period.
So everybody out there saying that we can do this, that, and the other thing, you literally have no idea what you're talking about. And one of the things that get me frustrated is debating with the ignorant. I mean, it's like wrestling a pig. One of them is going to get, we're both going to get muddy, but one of them is going to be happy. You got to learn your facts. We are going in with 1/3 less air power than we had in Desert Storm. 1/3 less air power. And we're fighting a country 4 times the size of Iraq with an infrastructure that hasn't been devastated by war and everything, that's been spending 20 years going underground. And you think we're going to win this? You think we're going to win because we're blowing up empty
You got to add
buildings.
that to it. And no army. And no army.
Army whatsoever. We're going to rely on the Kurds. How many times are the Kurds going to be fooled? Because literally the Kurds get lied to every generation by Americans. We're the greatest liars in the world. And the other thing I want to point out to people is somebody who's been around the world, et cetera. And Colonel, you have too. I know you have. We always position ourselves. We say, we're your friend. We're your ally. But the harsh truth is coming home to roost. America is the friend of nobody. We betray everybody. We have no allies. We will sacrifice you for our best interests. And we have done that to literally everybody. We're sacrificing Israel as we speak. Would America allow its ally to be struck the way Israel is being struck today? And the answer is no, especially if it was avoidable. So we just can't be trusted. I mean, this is a horrible thing for me to say as an American, because back in the day, I used to travel with that blue passport around the world, and you got off and you went, backpacking or whatever, and they love to see you. They love to see you. We're the most hated people in the world today, and there's a reason why. Because we stand for nothing. Because we betray
I want to ask
everybody.
you a question kind of on that term there about how people can't trust us. So one of the things that's being trotted out right now to try again to build support at home for this war, so people don't ask a lot of hard questions, is they're trying to go back to something we did a lot after 9/11, that the Muslims are the scary people, right? So now that you've had a number of people, and I'm going to show you here from Senator Kennedy, who wants to make this a religious work. Lindsey Graham is the other one who's really, really played this up here. But I'm going to play this, and you tell me if you don't see some problems with some of our allies who might be under this same category. Watch this.
I see a country that is run by Jack Nicholson in The Shining. These are religious zealots. If you don't agree with their version of Islam, you have to die. I see a bunch of religious zealots who are determined to get a nuclear warhead. They're never going to stop. I see religious zealots running a country that even after we bombed their nuclear facilities in June, they've already started back, and they've lied about it. I see a powerful country that's amassing anywhere from 200 to 600 missiles a month, so that eventually they'll have enough missiles to threaten the whole world and prevent us from doing something about their nuclear capability.
So they're going after the whole world, first of all, but this is a religious war, and they want to kill everybody who's not a Shia Muslim. What do you say to that?
I mean, what do we call Israel? Is Israel a non-religious state? I mean, it is a Jewish homeland. They've bought into a biblical notion of greater Israel. It's all about religion. What do we call Christian Zionists? The people who are actually surrounding Donald Trump as we speak, making the decisions. When we hear Ted Cruz say that he became a United States Senator to save Israel, I thought he became a United States Senator to represent the people of Texas as part of the Union of the United States. When you hear Mike Huckabee, a former governor, who's now the ambassador to Israel for the United States, saying, no, I think Israel has a right to greater Israel, meaning they have a biblical right to take over the territory. This is a Christian. There's some disturbing things too. Again, I don't like to age us too much, Colonel, because but we are of a certain age. We have been there. We have done that. We got the T-shirts. We got several of them. So the former Delta Force commander, Charlie Squadron, Mogadishu, went on to become a general. And he's the one after 9/11 that basically talked about this was a Christian crusade against the Muslims. And he was shot down. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I had it on the tip of my tongue, but we all knew him. We all knew who he was. But we knew that when he spoke out that way, that's just language that American military officers can't use. We don't get to do that. We're not crusaders. We're not a Christian army. We're an army of professionals. We're a corps of professional Marines. We don't embrace God this way, and yet that's what he did. And he was rightfully, shut down because at that time, basic principles mattered. Today, we have people or soldiers are talking about how their commanders are saying that this war is a good war because it's going to bring about end of days. It's going to bring out Armageddon. It's going to be, and I'm, as a military professional, I'm like, if we have to win by invoking God, we have problems. We win because we're tactically better than the enemy. We win because I can close with and destroy them with firepower and maneuver. We win because we have a better strategic air campaign, because we just logistically prepared for this. God has nothing to do with it. What has to do with it is the professionalism of the men and women who wear the uniform, implementing the sound instructions given to them by their civilian leadership. But
by the way, I'll just throw out there, I am a genuine born-again Christian, follow Jesus Christ, and that just grinds my teeth when I hear that kind of stuff, almost implying God needs our help and he can't do stuff without us. And so we need to help him move this stuff along here. And that is deeply offensive to the Almighty if you're actually a follower of his. So we might want to rethink that part too. But
I'm glad you said that, because I didn't want, but since you brought it up, I'm going to say, because this irritates the hubris of any human who believes that through our actions, we can help facilitate Armageddon. What you're implying is that God needs our help.
Right.
Last time I checked, God doesn't need our help. We need God's help.
Indeed.
So again, the ignorance of people that say that we're doing this because we have to create the conditions for end of days. I think if there's going to be an end of days, it's going to happen on God's timeline, not your timeline. But again, I avoid religion because it gets a lot of people angry, but heck, I probably have irritated just about everybody in your audience today. So why not keep going? But the point is, now we come to the Islamic faith. I have spent a lot of time in the Middle East, more than the average bear. My father was stationed in Turkey for 2.5 years in the 1970s. And I have been back throughout the 80s and 90s as a military officer, as a weapons inspector, and as a historian, as somebody who just travels to collect information, et cetera. I have interfaced with religious officials in a number of countries at the highest level. And what I can say is this: there's no doubt that Islam produces some very bad actors. Wahhabism, Salafism, the extremism there, it's bad. But I can also say this, that Islam produces men of peace, a significant number of men of peace. And just to throw something out there, behind me there, that flag there, is the flag of the Akhmat Special Forces. Abdi al-Adinov is the commander of it. That flag has a Christian cross and the Islamic moon and star. And what it represents is the ability of Christians and Muslims to come together in support of a single cause. The notion that Christians and Muslims are bound by history to fight one another, that it's us versus them, good versus evil, is absurd in the extreme. The Russians have set an example of how Christianity and Islam can work together for peace. The Russians fought 2 wars against the Chechens in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Horrible wars. Look at the photograph of Grozny, 2002, flat, and looks like Stalingrad. I've been to Grozny. It's a modern city today, better neon lights than Las Vegas. And the people there live in peaceful harmony with their Russian counterparts. There are Russian Orthodox churches. There are Muslims mosques. They live in peace and harmony. So the notion that we are bound as Christians to fight Islam is absurd.
Great point. Great point.
Some of the greatest men of peace are Islamic scholars and Islamic imams who have flocks, just like Christian pastors have their flocks. They have their flocks, and I listen to them. They are promoting peace. They're promoting harmony. So this idea that this is a war between Christian America with our Jewish allies against Islam is insulting, deeply insulting, and it's just wrong. It's just straight up wrong.
And you know, we were so right now. It just focused on the only instrument we have in our international toolkit is a military, to such that we have literally mothballed diplomacy, and that extends everywhere. Well, listen, before I let you go, I appreciate all this stuff you've been telling us here. It's incredibly knowledgeable and very useful. But I'd like to ask you a little bit about the Russia-Ukraine war, because I know you spent a lot of time covering that. And since so much focus has been on this war here for obvious reasons here, a lot of people have kind of lost the ball on what's been going on over the last couple of weeks in the Russia-Ukraine war, other than Zelensky saying that he'll sell us some of his drone killers as long as we give him PAC-3 interceptor missiles. But aside from that, what can you tell us about what's been happening on the war? Has it been mothballed, or has it continued on?
No, the Russia-Ukraine conflict continues to go on tragically. It's a war of attrition that Russia's winning hands down. The Ukrainians are in a bind. As you know, Colonel, war is an extension of politics by other means. That's something we learned from day one. Clausewitz and those who follow Sun Tzu know that that corollary exists in the art of war. So we can't just look at what's happening on the battlefield. The Russians have been waging what's called a special military operation, which means it's not a war. But it's a special military operation designed to achieve a specific outcome. That means the Russians are factoring in not just what's happening on the battlefield, but economic issues, political issues, etc. Economically, Ukraine is a basket case. Their economy has been destroyed. They are reliant totally upon hundreds of billions of dollars and euros that are gifted to them every year. If you remove that, their economy collapses. Politically, it's a mess. Zelensky is in a political crisis right now. You have the British supporting General Zaluzhny, a former commander. You have the Americans supporting Budanov, the former head of intelligence, current head of the presidential administration, as alternatives to Zelensky, which means this man has already lost favor. Corruption is beyond belief in Ukraine. You give a dollar, the dollar's gone. There's just they just arrested people. I think going through Hungary with carfuls of cash and gold bars that are being secreted out of Ukraine into the bank accounts of Ukrainian politicians who are going to jump ship before they want. The reason why I bring this up is that when we talk about the collapse of a nation, it's not just the collapse it's taking on the battlefield. It's the collapse of the society. You need economic collapse and political collapse that leads to societal collapse. When the society collapses, the society cannot sustain this military. And so right now you have a Ukrainian military that has to basically forcefully, conscript, that means thump them on the head, about 10 to 20 to 30,000 guys a month. They're losing all of them. They're losing more power than they can replace. The Russians, on the other hand, and I've been there and I know this to be the case, the Russians have volunteers that are well excess of the casualties they've suffered. Don't believe anything you hear about Russian casualties. I will tell you right now that I have it on the highest authority in Russia. I have a rough idea what the casualties are. It's a little less than 200,000 dead over the course of this conflict. That's a lot. Don't get me wrong. But when we say that the Russians have suffered, casualties equivalent to the Ukrainians, they haven't, not even close. It's about a 10-to-1 ratio. The Russians are winning this war. They have amassed reserves. They'll be able to commit these reserves. They've converted their defense industry into they're pumping out, munitions like you've never seen munitions pumped out before. We haven't done that. Nobody in Europe has done that. And they're winning the war geopolitically as well. They have more support around the world. When we try to strangle them, we tell India you can't buy Russian oil. India's buying Russian oil. We tell China you shouldn't. China's buying more Russian oil. And now we've given Russia the greatest gift of all by creating an energy crisis in the Middle East that has, we see Vladimir Putin's just saying, wow, I guess we're just going to have to go out and get new markets because all of the places that aren't getting Middle Eastern oil now need energy, and Russia's now going to find those markets, and they're going to get that. And we thought we were strangling Russia's ability to sustain this war financially. We've just guaranteed that the Russian budget will be immediate European gas cutoff. That'll be the death of the European economy. It will collapse. The Indian economy is under.
Let me ask you a question there, because it seemed to kind of come as a surprise, because Trump has been talking about, putting more pressure on India to tariffs on them to keep them from buying Russian oil and all this. And then seemingly out of nowhere, all of a sudden he goes, you know what? Okay, that's cool. I think it's for like 30 days, something like that. You can sell some oil to Russia. I mean, because everybody's been focused on the Iran war, there's not been many commentation going on in the United States, but a lot of people are going, wait a minute, what? We're supposed to be putting pressure on them. What do you understand about why that changed? Why did he do that?
Because of reality. First of all, the Indians told him no. I mean, sadly, we have to understand that Donald Trump doesn't tell the truth about anything to anybody. He likes to posture. He likes to believe that I'm in charge. He's in charge. So he says, I put pressure on India. Remember, he bragged, India will not buy Russian oil. I got Modi to say that India won't buy Russian oil. And the Indians were silent. And then later on, the parliament came out and said, nah, you got to remember, we're a democracy. Modi doesn't get to make that call. We get to make that call. And we've decided we're buying Russian oil. And so Trump says, oh, well, I've given them a 30-day window to buy Russian oil. That's my decision, not their decision. I did this. No, they're going to do it. Now it's going to get even worse because India receives 15-20% of their energy from the Middle East that they're not getting anymore. And they're going to have to go to Russia to get that energy. Japan, our great ally, that we're not allied with anybody, I mean, because we betray everybody, but Japan, if this continues, they get 90% of their energy from the Middle East. Where are they going to replace that? The United States? We don't have excess capacity to do that. It'll come from Russia. They'll reopen Sakhalin. They have no choice.
By the way, the price of oil since this started on the 28th of February has gone from 67 to 91 as of right now.
I think you're going to see $120 oil if this continues for another week or two. And welcome to, everybody who's like me and at the end of each month can pile the amount of dollars you have left over after you pay your bills into a thin little pile like this and maybe take your wife to dinner in a movie. That's gone because you're going to have to fill up your gas tank and you're not going to be able to afford it. And,
let me ask you about this. By the way, if you need to leave, I know we're a little bit over the time.
No. I'm here for you, Colonel. I'm here for you.
Okay, great. Gary, showing you this headline here. This is Washington Post today. Is from this morning. Russia is providing Iran intelligence to target U.S. forces. One of the questions people had at the beginning is, what is Russia and China going to do for Iran? They're not going to get into a fight. They're not going to be a military ally. But the question is, what would they do, if anything at all? And based on this, what can you tell us about what the Russians are going to do?
Well, we know that the Russians and the Chinese have provided Iran with some capabilities, I think primarily in the electronic warfare. Colonel, one day they're going to write a book about this war, and you're going to get the truth from the American operators out there right now. And I'm going to tell you what Chapter 1 is going to say. We were jammed the entire time. Half the weapons we sent in didn't function because they were jammed by advanced electronic warfare capabilities that we didn't know the Iranians had. All that equipment we provide the Ukrainians, HIMARS, ATACMS, and things like that. Most of it gets jammed. It just it doesn't work because the Russians have figured out how to defeat it. But the other thing too is, why are the Iranians able to provide carry out these very effective pinpoint attacks against the United States on a daily basis? They're getting the intelligence from somewhere. It appears now it's from Russia. Now, for all the people out there saying, "My God, how dare the Russians do it?" I just want to remind you that on December 28th of last year, while President Trump was on the phone with President Putin talking about potential peace, the CIA gave intelligence to Ukraine drone operators, and 91 drones with CIA intelligence were launched by Ukraine to strike the building, the residence in Valdai, that President Putin was ostensibly there taking the phone call from Donald Trump. So before you get a little bent out of shape, you guys know that we tried to kill President Trump using CIA-provided data. to send Ukrainian drones in there. The CIA has admitted that it gives
Well,
Ukraine all the
you said
ability.
tried to kill President Trump or President Putin?
Putin. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Trump tried to kill Putin. And the CIA has admitted through a big New York Times article that was clearly planted in advance that they've enabled the Ukrainians to take out Russia's strategic oil infrastructure, specific places to strike, etc. We've provided the targeting for HIMARS to take out Russian command and control centers so that we kill Russian generals and colonels and we brag about it. Can you imagine being the family of an American colonel and general, lieutenant colonel or captain or major or sergeant or corporal or PFC who was killed by the weapons provided by an enemy that Russia guided in. I mean, my God, we lost it when we lied about Russia providing putting a bounty out on American troops. Straight up lie. But we lost it because 3 Americans died outside of Bagram. We said that happened because Russia paid a bounty. Straight up lie. They died because the Taliban got them. But if Russia provided the intelligence that led to the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans, we'd be freaking out as a nation. And yet this is what we do. We have provided the intelligence to Ukraine to strike Russian soldiers, to strike their command posts, to strike their strategic infrastructure. We enabled Ukraine to strike Votkins. That was the factory that I worked at as an inspector. The missile factory, 1,300 kilometers away from the front line. It's the place where Russia's strategic, intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine ballistic missiles are made. It's the most important strategic facility in Russia. And we allowed Ukraine to attack it. Imagine again if that happened. Imagine if Morton Thiokol went up in Utah. Imagine if the I don't know what they call it nowadays, but what used to be Magna, Utah, if that got blown up by Mexican drones enabled by Russian intelligence, we'd be freaking out. We'd be saying that's a strike against our strategic infrastructure. So we've been providing intelligence to Ukraine to facilitate this war, but it's not enough. The Russians are winning. The Russians are dominating on the battlefield. I've been there. I've toured the special military operation. I have interviewed the officers that fight there. And I'm pretty good at interviewing. I'm the guy that got, uncovered all of the Iraqi lies over the course of 7 years by sitting down and interrogating them. I'm very good at what I do. Very good at what I do. And when I sit down with Russians, I can tell when I'm having smoke blown at me. I can tell when they're telling the truth. Plus, I don't accept anything at face value. I verify everything. And what I'm telling you right now is that sitting down with the Russian commanders, they are very honest. First of all, they all admit how hard this war is. When have you seen a lying soldier come in? How it was easy. We kicked their butts. They didn't do it. Okay. Why do you have an artificial leg? But the Russians are just honest. This is the hardest thing they've ever done. They say the Ukrainians just fight like wild animals. They don't surrender. They fight hard. Their tactics are good. The equipment's good. I mean, Abdi Aladinov, the man who gave me that flag, the commander of the Occupied Special Forces, talks about U.S. equipment. He said when the Ukrainian army went into Kursk in August of 2024, they came in with the best command and control equipment that NATO had. New computers linked to satellites, providing AI-assisted maneuvering, etc. He says, we don't have that. You guys did a great job. That's really good stuff. Then we figured out how to beat you. And they do that. They're just honest. They are honest about their casualties. They're honest about their shortcomings. And I have no reason to doubt that everything I was told by the Russians is the truth, because it's hard truth. It's not, when people are lying to you, they're trying to create a certain impression. These guys are telling the hard truth, which means it leaves you with some questions about, well, why do you continue to do it that way? If you're going to lie to me, sell it so that everything's perfect and it's all roses. Don't tell me a truth that is a hard truth that causes me to ask follow-on questions that are difficult to answer. The Russians tell the hard truth. This is a hard war.
Let me ask you a question I've got, and tell me if this has ever come up in your conversations. There is a line of thinking in the United States at some of the highest levels in our government, I'll say, in some of the contexts that I have, is that yes, Russia has all these advantages. They have the manpower, they have the industrial capacity, but their soldiers just aren't that good. And you can tell that because in 4 years, they've still hardly been able to go anywhere. In the last 2 years, they haven't gone very much farther because they can't. That's as fast as they can go. And that shows that they're really just not that good against this little tiny Ukraine soldiers. What do you say to that? Is this as fast as they can go, or is it a conscious decision? And if it is a conscious decision, why wouldn't they go faster?
Oh, it's a conscious decision. First of all, people need to understand that Ukraine has been digging into this territory since 2014, especially in Donetsk and the Donbass. The defenses they have prepared are extensive defenses, reinforced defenses. They've been preparing for this for a long time. So it's like fighting a fortified position. And Colonel, I know you know this, and maybe there's some people in your audience that know this, but man, taking on a fortified position is the hardest thing you can imagine in ground combat.
It is, yeah.
And you're going to get chewed up. We talk about 3-to-1 advantage, but a fortified position, you need about 5-to-1 advantage because there's just a lot more complexity involved in the assault. And yet the Russians went into this conflict with around 200,000 troops going up against the Ukrainian military that had 700 to 900,000 troops. People need to understand that when this war started, the Ukrainians had 700 to 900,000 troops, many of whom were trained by the United States. Since 2015, the United States and NATO have been training Ukrainian forces in Western Ukraine, 1 battalion, 500 troops every 55 days. And we admit to go over to the Donbass so they could fight Russians and kill Russians. And we were proud of that. We openly bragged about how we're training Ukrainians to fight and kill Russians. Our special operations forces were working with Ukrainians to teach them, deep reconnaissance, to teach them direct action, covert action, etc. We've been helping Ukrainians for this fight for some time now. So the Russians come in, and they were hoping they could get the Ukrainians to resolve this thing through negotiation. The purpose of the special operation was to get the Ukrainians to the negotiating table. Less than a week after the war started, Ukraine was at the negotiating table. 3 rounds of negotiation, Gomel, 2 rounds in Istanbul. And by the end of March, we had a peace plan that was going to bring peace and prosperity. And Boris Johnson went in and killed it. And now we have a war that's dragged on. So the Russians have been adopting this. The Russians had to build up forces, 300,000 partial mobilization in September of 2022. Since then, they've been relying upon, the contract soldiers, volunteers. To advance rapidly, you need that 3 to 5-to-1 advantage. And Russia isn't mobilized to do that. Russia continued. To this day, Ukraine has more manpower than Russia. Russia's not in the business of taking territory quickly. Russia's gone into the business of a war of attrition. But that's, again, because of the expansion of NATO. People have to understand that when you bring in Sweden and Finland and you extend the Russian front, Russia has to respond. And they put a 70,000 man.
They're at 1.5 right now, right? So that's a 900,000 increase?
Yep, they started at 900,000. And then after this, they went to 1.5. And so while they're reinforcing this war, they're also expanding their military. They have the defense industrial capacity to do that. People don't ever reflect on that. That in addition to supplying a war, they're building an army that's bigger than our army. They built it by 600,000, and now they've gone up by an additional 800,000. And we I don't want to get into it, but we just can't do it. The point is, the Russians are very good at what they do. But here's the other factor that came in right about the time that the Russians solved the tactical problem. Meaning, for instance, look at the summer 2023 counteroffensive in Robotyno. Big NATO offensive. Ukraine was supposed to roll through, and the Russians just wiped it out because they brought a general, Romanov. General Romanov was the deputy commander of 58th Army operating in the Zaporizhia area. He was taken out, sent to the Russian General Staff Academy, and told to rewrite Russian defensive doctrine based upon what you've seen. And he rewrote it, came up with a manual, and then they said, now take your manual back to Zaporizhia and build your defenses. And he did. And he built the defenses using new doctrine that crushed this NATO offensive, crushed it absolute. Right about that time, the Russians were starting to get breakthroughs. Wagner and the paratroopers were breaking through at Bakhmut, and things look good. Enter the drone. And this is the thing that people, I see one on your shelf back there. Drones have changed everything. Drone warfare is just changed this. And the Ukrainians were better than the Russians at drone warfare. I know this because I've spoken to Russian drone commanders who still today say there are certain things the Ukrainians do better than we do. They're just straight up honest. These people are honest. But the drones changed everything because drones, you had to change the entire way you fought business. And initially, the drones caused Russian casualties because they didn't know how to deal with it. Russia has been adapting to this. They now have a drone hunter unit called Rubicon. When the Ukrainians come in with their reinforced drone units, Rubicon is deployed, and Rubicon's job is to kill Ukrainian drone operators. and they do it with a vengeance. The Russians are dominating the drone battlefield, but it's still, you can't move. To get to the front line, you have to start low crawling about 10 kilometers out because you have drones out there looking for you. And when you get to the front line, you're not running around. You don't get to have your command post. I mean, anything I learned as a Marine, I'd be dead because if I tried to operate that, put my company online, maneuver, we'd all die because of drones.
Yeah.
They have tens of thousands of drones they can expend a day as rounds of ammunition. And they can hunt down individuals. So you have to build defensive capability. You have to jam them. You have to learn how.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA. I just send all.
Learn how to shoot them down. And the Russians are doing a very, very good job. But this means that the pace of advancing is very slow. The Russians are advancing at an extraordinarily strong pace right now, but it is slowed down by drones because if you outrun, you have to put a drone barrier on the battlefield to have drone dominance in order to advance. If you try to advance without drone dominance, you die. And so the Russians have to come in and win the drone war. They have to win it 20 kilometers deep. And then they can begin to advance until which time the Ukrainians reinforced with drones, and now they've pushed back the line of contact over the Russian line. The Russians have to go down. You thin out your line because you have to reduce the number of targets, and then you have to come back in with drones and continue to fight again. This is a kind of war that we in the West don't understand. We have no clue about what's going on.
Right.
And the proof is Operation Hedgehog 2025, the most recent NATO war games that took place, I think, in Estonia. They brought in a small number of Ukrainian drone operators, and they went up against the NATO armor brigade, and they killed it. That's what's going to happen to NATO. That's what's going to happen to the United States if we go to war against Russia. They will kill every single one of us because we don't know how to do drone warfare today. We're going to come in and think we can put an armored battalion online and do this and do that and do the other, bring the artillery in and mass fires. We'll lose everything because we don't know how to fight this war. The Russians are masters of drone warfare. So are the Ukrainians. But this is why the advance is so slow because it's a different kind of war.
You know, I had seen some comments from the Ukraine side 6-8 months ago when the U.S. armor community came out with the new tactical manual for the armor platoon. And it was, of course, changed to reflect the presence of drones or whatever. And the Ukrainian, not the Russian, the Ukrainian veterans mocked it and laughed at it and said, "Are you kidding? That's your change? Because that you wouldn't last a week on the front line here if you use those tactics. You'd be wiped out. You have to do it radically different." And that's a problem that I have, and I'm real concerned about. As a guy, you see, I was in the 1st Armored Division. I was the second in command of an Armored Cav Squadron, and I totally validate what you just said. If I used the tactics I did in 2007 when I was in that unit, I mean, we'd get wiped out, just like the Ukrainian side did in June 2023, because we'd have been using the same tactics. And now it looks like that we've recognized that there's a change, but we've changed about this much when we needed to change about this much, and that worries me.
I was in Russia last fall and talking to commander of a drone unit, and people need to understand, when I go to Russia, I defend America like you wouldn't believe. I mean, I am fighting tooth and nail to defend the United States. I don't badmouth. As an American citizen in the United States, I have a First Amendment right to say anything I want. And I have a duty and responsibility as a citizen to call out my government when they're doing things bad. But I don't criticize my government overseas. That's not my place. And so it's sometimes hard to have conversations because these guys are like pointing things out that it's hard to defend. But they were talking about the U.S. Army in Europe has a drone school now, and they published some videos. And there's a video of this soldier getting his drone. He's bragging about how he's going to take a hand grenade and he's going to put it under the drone. And now the drone's going to fly out over the target. And they're going to drop their grenade down, and they hit it. And they're like, yeah, we're masters. Guys do know that that's like the very first thing they did when they started using drones back in 2022, 2023, was the grenade drop. But today you don't get to drop grenades unless you have total control of the side, because you'll be shot down, you'll be jammed, or whatever. That tactic won't work. So we are literally adopting drone tactics and trying to learn drone tactics that won't work on the battlefield. If you look at some of the modern battlefields right now, go to Pokrovsk, where there was heavy fighting. The fields over Pokrovsk are covered with fiber optic lines, literally covered. It's like woven in. Think about it. Each one of those lines is a single drone, fiber optic, which means it can't be jammed. So they're flying at you with a fiber optic drone that can't be jammed. Once they lock in on you, unless you can shoot it down, you're going to get hit. And that field is covered with them going both ways. That tells you the reality of drone warfare today. We're not even close. Colonel, you know this, and I know this. We try and get a Lance Corporal to be issued a $2,500 piece of equipment. And he's like, I don't want this. I don't want to sign for this. And then tell them that you have permission to crash it. And they're going to be like, no, my paycheck isn't good enough. I can't. In order to train on modern drone warfare, you have to have a budget that allows you to buy dozens of expensive drones so that your Marines and soldiers can crash them, can train to do it right. And there can be no consequence for crashing them. If they take it off and it crashes into a tree, you can't say, "Oh, that's a $2,000 piece of equipment, soldier." No, because in drone warfare, you're going to be literally flying these things nonstop, and they're expendable rounds of ammunition. We had people get in trouble in Afghanistan. There it is. There's the fiber in Afghanistan for firing javelins at the wrong target. Because javelins are expensive, and you need to pick drones. You just fire them, you fly them, you crash them, you do whatever. They're expendable rounds of ammunition, and they are literally using tens of thousands of them a day on a particular part of the battlefield. It's a whole new way of war that we in the West have no understanding of.
100% agree with you, and I fear that one day we'll find out the hard way. But listen, we'll leave it there for now because
just so you know, Colonel, I sorry to interrupt. Today, the report came out. The Iranians are starting to use FPV drones. This is the very drone weapon. The Iranians are starting to employ FPV drones against, American targets and against, for instance, the Kurds. The Kurds, now that the CIA is trying to get them to advance, the Iranians are using FPV drones to interdict them up to 15, 20 kilometers into their rear. So if we ever did send ground troops into Iran, the Iranians have mastered drone warfare. We have.
Okay.
Perfect. Follow me.